Chapter 234. Phew. Lin Feng felt very tired because he had activated the bronze fragment. Every time he activated the bronze fragment, it was not an easy task. Fortunately, Lin Feng's cultivation level had increased, so he would not be as weak as before. Li Doxi escaped with a severed arm. Many people cheered. This was indeed something to cheer about. It was also something to be proud of. How powerful was a martial king? But now, under Lin Feng's leadership, they had been defeated by everybody. If they were not lucky, they would have died tragically. Of course, everyone was very excited. On the other hand, the Beastmen army was panicking. 2 of the 3 demon Dao experts were dead, and 1 was injured. At this moment, the news that several generals of the Beastmen army had been killed spread. The entire Beastmen army was in chaos. Panic spread, and the Beastmen army began to retreat in a panic. Kill these damned Beastmen. The morale of the soldiers of Fallen Moon City was greatly boosted, and they began to fight back crazily. The Beastmen army was chased by the soldiers of Fallen Moon City and suffered heavy casualties. Run, run, run! Wu Yangtian looked at all this with a pale face. He did not expect such a reversal. It was all because of that brat. If it was not for him, Huang Shilan would have been captured, and the soldiers of Fallen Moon City would have been defeated. But now, because of that brat's arrival, the situation was reversed. The 3 demon Dao experts were either dead or injured. The Beastmen army, which had the absolute advantage, was defeated. Wu Yangtian's reputation as a traitor was exposed to the world. If Fallen Moon City had been defeated, he would have been the victor. But now he was a stray dog. Wu Yangtian gritted his teeth in hatred. He wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces, but he did not dare to stay. If he stayed, wouldn't he be courting death? Don't let Wu Yangtian escape, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He raised his sword and moved towards Wu Yangtian. The 1,000-man army and the soldiers of Fallen Moon City attacked Wu Yangtian. The soldiers of Fallen Moon City hated Wu Yangtian even more. If it weren't for this traitor, how could Fallen Moon City's army have suffered such heavy losses? That powerful torrent of attacks converged. Wu Yangtian's expression changed drastically. Even though he tried his best to dodge, he still couldn't completely dodge. He was struck by the torrent of attacks and was sent flying. However, he didn't die because Wu Yangtian was wearing a powerful magic robe. A thump was heard. Wu Yangtian fell to the ground. His face was extremely pale. The army had surrounded Wu Yangtian. He could not escape even if he had wings. Shilan, let me go. Since my father died for your grandfather back then, please let me go. Wu Yangtian looked at Huang Shilan with a pale face. Huang Shilan looked at Wu Yangtian with disgust and said coldly, "My Huang family has treated you well. The Zhanwu country has treated your Wu family well. How could you collude with the Devil Dao and the Beastman Empire for your own selfish desires? You are a traitor. How many people have died because of your selfish desires? Even if I wanted to spare you, the heavens wouldn't. If you obediently surrender, you'll suffer less. If you resist, you'll suffer," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently. Wu Yangtian's face twisted when he heard Lin Feng's voice. Everything was ruined by this person in front of him. He was the one who changed his fate. Wu Yangtian roared, "Brat, I challenge you to a duel. I'll bet my life on it. If I defeat you, let me go. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me." Wu Yangtian said righteously. He swore on his honor as a warrior and his family's honor that he would fight Lin Feng to the death. Lin Feng smiled mockingly. "You're a traitor of Zhenwu, you're a prisoner, and you want to fight against me? Do you think you're qualified to fight against me? You coward! Wu Yangtian roared and charged at Lin Feng. Boom! The 1,000-man army, the densely packed soldiers of Fallen Moon City, attacked Wu Yangtian at the same time. The torrent of attacks gathered together and bombarded Wu Yangtian once again. Crack! 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 Even the robe protecting Wu Yangtian was destroyed. Wah! Wu Yangtian spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. His face was pale, and he couldn't move. That attack had not only destroyed Wu Yangtian's robe, but it had also destroyed his dantian. Wu Yangtian's eyes were blank. He couldn't believe that he had become a cripple. Capture him and bring him back. Lin Feng waved his hand. Yes. Someone immediately walked towards Wu Yangtian. Lin Feng walked towards Huang Shilan and asked, "What's going on? Why did you lead so many people?" Huang Shilan then told him about how she had obtained the blood letter and the Grand Marshal's seal on it. Lin Feng said, "I just returned from the battlefield. How could Grand Marshal Huang appear in Cool Breeze Ridge when he's in charge of the 3 armies? However, there's a Grand Marshal's seal on the letter. It seems that there's a spy by the Grand Marshal's side, and it must be someone very close to the Grand Marshal. I'll send someone to report this. We must capture this spy." Huang Shilan said, hatefully. Lin Feng said, "Leave some people to clean up the battlefield. We need to return to Fallen Moon City. I'm worried that the Beastman army will attack Fallen Moon City." Huang Shilan's expression changed slightly, and she quickly issued orders. The army left about 1,000 people to clean up the battlefield, while the rest quickly returned to Fallen Moon City. Reporting to the city lord, "Our scouts have discovered a Beastman army about 200 kilometers away. They'll reach Fallen Moon City in about a day." As soon as they returned, someone came to report an important piece of news. "You were right." Huang Shilan looked at Lin Feng. If the Beastman army really came to capture Huang Shilan, Fallen Moon City would be without a leader, and the people would be in chaos. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult for the Beastman army to attack Fallen Moon City. Fortunately, Lin Feng's timely appearance changed the situation. "How many people are there?" Lin Feng looked at the officer who came to report. The officer's face was pale as he said, "About 300,000. Many people's expressions changed when they heard this. The 300,000 Beastmen army, in addition to the 100,000 Beastmen army they encountered in Death Canyon, totaled up to 400,000 Beastmen. However, Fallen Moon City only had 80,000 soldiers. The disparity between the two sides was too great. If the Beastman army attacked the city at all costs, Fallen Moon City wouldn't be able to hold on. Send someone to report this. I hope that we can resist the attack of the Beastman army before reinforcements arrive." Huang Shilan's face was slightly pale. Lin Feng said, "I might have a way to make the Beastman army come in vain and suffer heavy losses." Huh! Everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock. Chapter 2:35. Lin Feng's words made everyone feel incredulous. Not only did they make the orc army's trip in vain, but they also suffered heavy losses. Even on the battlefield, the 400,000 soldiers of the Zhen Wu country couldn't gain any advantage against the 400,000 soldiers of the Orc Empire. Usually, they would need twice the number of soldiers to gain an advantage. But now, Fallen Moon City only had 80,000 soldiers. After deducting the 10,000 casualties from the Death Canyon, there were less than 70,000 soldiers who could fight. With a difference of 6 to 7 times, no matter how they fought, they couldn't possibly be a match for the Orc army, right? It would be good enough if they didn't suffer heavy losses. Lin Feng looked at Huang Shilan and asked, "Do you have any large defensive weapons?" Huang Shilan replied, There are giant crossbows, the kind that can only be pulled by 20 people. They can even kill some large beasts. There are a total of 20 of them, and they have great lethality. Good. Arrange them on the city wall. Also, let the archers be on standby on the city wall. Lin Feng said. Huang Shilan had already witnessed Lin Feng create too many miracles, so she firmly believed in Lin Feng's words and hurriedly gave the order. Also, I need a large amount of materials. Search all the shops and clans in the city and prepare all of these materials. Lin Feng took out a pen and paper from his spiritual ring and wrote down hundreds of materials. These materials were all precious materials for arrays. Lin Feng planned to do something earth-shattering, something that ordinary people wouldn't dare to imagine. He wanted to arrange a huge array that would cover the entire Fallen Moon City. For an ordinary spiritual array master, this was simply impossible. This was because such a huge array had too high of a requirement for one's spiritual energy. Many people's souls had already collapsed before they could finish arranging the array. When the time came, they might suffer a backlash and die tragically. This kind of thing was not uncommon among spirit array masters. However, Lin Feng still decided to give it a try because Lin Feng's soul power had already reached the peak of the Martial King realm. Would this level of soul power be enough to support him in setting up the array? If he succeeded, the entire Fallen Moon City would be enveloped by the formation. When the 400,000 orc army arrived, he could activate the formation and trap the 400,000 orc army. At that time, the cultivators of Fallen Moon City would stand on the city walls and attack the orc army. One could imagine how much damage the orc army would suffer. This was why spiritual array masters were the most respected profession in the Tianwu continent's 3,000 prefectures. Alchemists, blacksmiths, and other professions could not be compared to this profession. Was it only because of the wonders of spirit array techniques? Of course not. The most powerful aspect of a spirit array master was still the Great Array. The formation could trap an army of thousands. The formation could kill thousands of soldiers and horses. This was the most terrifying aspect of a spirit array master. Lin Feng handed the paper with the required materials to Huang Shilan. Huang Shilan hurriedly ordered people to search for him. In the entire Fallen Moon City, all the shops, clans, and forces that had spirit array materials had all offered up their contributions. This was because everyone knew that it was now a moment of life and death. If they could not resist the orc army, once the city was breached, the orc empire would definitely slaughter everyone in the city. At that time, millions of people in Fallen Moon City would die tragically under the butcher's knife of the orc empire. After collecting the required spirit array materials, Lin Feng began to get busy. Time was very tight. There was only one day left, so Lin Feng could not delay for a moment. In this city, are there any spirit array masters? Let them help me. Lin Feng said. It was too difficult for Lin Feng to complete such a huge project that covered the entire Fallen Moon City by himself. He needed help. There are 3 spirit array masters. I will go find them personally. Huang Shilan said. The 3 spirit array masters were an old man and 2 middle-aged men. The old man was a beginner advanced spirit array master, while the 2 middle-aged men were beginner intermediate spirit array masters. When they saw Lin Feng, they did not think much of him. He was just a 16 or 17-year-old boy. Was he an apprentice spirit array master? However, when they heard what Lin Feng was going to do, they were all stunned. Setting up a large array to cover the entire Fallen Moon City, this sounded like a fantasy story. It would require at least the soul power of a profound spirit array master to do it. Boy, are you daydreaming? The old spirit array master said. At this moment of life and death, there is no time to talk so much. Just follow me. Lin Feng said, then turned and walked out of the city. Please, the three of you. Huang Shirlan bowed. The three of them did not want to agree, because the Orc Empire's army was coming. They wanted to leave Fallen Moon City as soon as possible. However, they owed Marshal Huang a favor. Now that Huang Shirlan had personally invited them, they could not refuse. In the end, the three of them nodded. They naturally did not think that Lin Feng could do such a thing, because it was too unbelievable. However, the three of them were soon shocked. That was because Lin Feng's abilities had far surpassed theirs. From the way he had arranged the entire structure of the Great Deployment Spell, to the way he had drawn spiritual marks to connect the various deployment spell cores, and so on. Even old spiritual deployment spell masters couldn't do that. The three spiritual deployment spell masters were stupefied. The old spirit array master said, at the age of 16 or 17, he is already a beginner advanced spirit array master? The old spirit array master smiled bitterly. It took him 40 years to go from an apprentice spirit array master to a beginner advanced spirit array master. He had been stuck at the beginner advanced spirit array master for 20 years and could not break through. However, a 16 or 17-year-old youth in front of them was actually a beginner advanced spirit array master. How could they not be shocked? Lin Feng said, I'll have to trouble the three seniors to put these spirit array materials into the array eyes where the spirit inscriptions intersect. Also, I'll have to trouble the three of you to use an illusion to hide these array eyes. Our time is limited, so we must complete this before the Orc Empire's army arrives. Spirit array masters were a very special existence. Generally, the higher the rank of the spirit array master, the higher the status. It had nothing to do with age. Among the four of them, Lin Feng's rank was the highest, so his status was naturally the highest. When the other three saw that Lin Feng was already a peak spirit array master at such a young age, he did not show any arrogance. Instead, he was very respectful towards them. The three of them felt a surge of emotion. If they could really complete this task and resist the attack of the Orc Empire's army, how many lives would they save? This was definitely something that would benefit the common people. The three spirit array masters looked at Lin Feng and nodded solemnly. They felt that the hot blood in their bodies seemed to have been ignited by the enthusiasm, bravery, and chivalry of the youth in front of them. They took the spirit array materials and started to set up the vast array with Lin Feng. Chapter 236. Such a huge and vast project was undoubtedly a huge test for Lin Feng. The other three spiritual array masters were different. They only needed to bury the array materials in the array eye arranged by Lin Feng, and then apply a simple illusion to hide the array eye. However, Lin Feng had to draw spiritual inscriptions one by one. He used the blood of the raging flame beast as talisman fluid to draw these spiritual inscriptions. Because the blood of the raging flame beast could solidify quickly after being concocted into talisman fluid, it could not dissipate for a long time. The spiritual inscriptions could also exist for a long time. It was unlike the spiritual inscriptions concocted from the blood of other spiritual beasts, which might gradually dissipate after a short period of time. There were three types of formations that Lin Feng wanted to set up. The first was the Earth Spike Formation, a high-grade Earth Spike formation. Once activated, it would form a gigantic spike, and its destructive power would be extremely terrifying when used in battle. The second was the high-grade Earth Illusion Formation, a low-grade Earth Demon formation. It could trap the enemy in an illusion, and they wouldn't be able to escape for a short period of time. The third was the high-grade Earth Demon formation, a low-grade Earth Demon formation. This was the only formation that Lin Feng had learned that had reached the peak of low-grade Earth Demon formation. This was something that couldn't be helped. There were simply too few high-grade formations. Even if there were, no one would take it out, even if the Earth Demon formation was given to Lin Feng by that mysterious old man. Heavenly Dipper and Earthly Fiend. Heavenly Dipper formed Heavenly Dipper Chi, and Heavenly Dipper Chi could transform into a hurricane. Hurricanes swept across the world, and the Gang Chi was like a blade that could instantly tear a person into pieces. The Earth Terminus was also Chi, but it was different from the Heavenly Dipper. The Earth Terminus was in Terminus Chi. Once the Earth Terminus entered the body would instantly stiffen. The Big Dipper Earthly Fiend Grand Array was extremely astonishing. Thick spirit patterns appeared under Lin Feng's drawing, emitting astonishing fluctuations. Then they sank into the ground and hid themselves. The 3 spiritual deployment spellcasters followed behind Lin Feng, burying the spiritual deployment spellcasters into the ground. The 3 spiritual array masters were extremely shocked. The array that Lin Feng wanted to draw was too vast. If they were to do it, they wouldn't even be able to complete 1% of it. Perhaps their souls would suffer a backlash. It was because they knew how difficult it was to draw this kind of spiritual array that they were so moved and shocked. When the spiritual array was more than half completed, Lin Feng felt tired. Even with his peak Martial King level soul power, he was almost unable to bear it. Persevere. I must persevere. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He didn't dare to stop because once he stopped, fatigue would engulf his entire body. It would be too difficult for him to raise his condition to draw the spiritual array below. This was like a marathon runner who had run tens of thousands of meters and was already extremely tired. If he continued running, it would be completely out of inertia. If you asked him to stop and rest for a while before continuing, he would definitely not have the strength to continue running. Lin Feng was in such a state. When he had completed 60%, Lin Feng's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He felt as if his head was about to split open. When Lin Feng had completed 80%, his body was trembling. Cold sweat kept pouring out, and his eyes were lifeless. Seeing this scene, the other 3 spirit array masters' expressions changed. No, he can't persevere any longer. If he perseveres, his soul will suffer a backlash. He might even die a miserable death from the backlash. The old spirit array master was very experienced. When he saw Lin Feng's current state, his expression changed again and again. A middle-aged spirit array master said, "Then what should we do now?" "We need to stop him quickly," the old spirit array master said. "But if we stop him, the formation will fail," another middle-aged spirit array master said. "If we don't stop him, the formation won't succeed. Moreover, he will die without a doubt," the old spirit array master said. The 2 middle-aged spirit array masters nodded. The 3 of them looked at Lin Feng. The old spirit array master said, "Young hero Lin, quickly stop. Your soul has already reached its limit. If you persevere any longer, you won't be able to withstand it and will collapse." At this moment, Lin Feng came back to his senses and looked at the 3 people in front of him. He shook his head and said, "I've already completed 80% of the formation. There's only 20% left. I won't stop. Continue with your work. Don't worry about me." Seeing Lin Feng's persistence, the old spirit array master and the other 2 were very moved. They no longer tried to persuade him. They only hoped that Lin Feng could persevere and that a miracle would happen. Lin Feng had indeed reached his limit. When he continued to work hard, crack, crack, Lin Feng felt that his soul was beginning to crack. This was an extremely terrifying situation. His soul was collapsing. Once his soul really collapsed, Lin Feng would die. His soul would vanish into thin air. "I believe that I will succeed. I will definitely succeed." Lin Feng let out a low roar. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Even though his face was extremely pale, he still persevered. Even though his soul was beginning to collapse, he still desperately persevered and never gave up. Lin Feng was using his life to set up the formation. Lin Feng knew that he had to succeed. If he failed, not only would the millions of people in Fallen Moon City be massacred, when the Orc Empire's army marched in, who knew how many people would die in the Zhenwu country? Ancient dragonesque elephant art. As his soul continued to crack, Lin Feng crazily circulated the ancient dragonesque elephant art. The powerful ancient dragonesque elephant's power surged into Lin Feng's soul. A strange thing happened. When his soul cracked, the ancient dragonesque elephant's power began to repair the cracked soul. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect the ancient dragonesque elephant's power to have such a magical effect. It could even repair the cracked soul. Lin Feng's soul was repaired again and again. Every time it was repaired, it would become even more powerful. Boom! After 99 cracks and 99 cracks, Lin Feng's soul had undergone an astonishing transformation. The terrifying soul power exploded in an instant. Lin Feng's soul power increased by a full 10 times. At this moment, many of the originally cryptic and difficult to understand knowledge of spiritual arrays were as if the clouds had been lifted and the sun had been revealed. This made Lin Feng very shocked. After a short period of shock, he was ecstatic. His spiritual array master realm had once again broken through. He had broken through from the yellow rank, initial rank, and peak rank to the yellow rank, intermediate rank, and initial rank. Chapter 237. Lin Feng's soul power and understanding of arrays had reached a whole new level. He had completed the most important transformation in this extreme destruction and rebirth. This transformation not only allowed Lin Feng's spirit array master level to undergo a qualitative and quantitative transformation, but more importantly, Lin Feng was able to complete the entire array. This array was related to the fate of the entire Zhenwu country. 2 hours later, when the last spirit pattern was intertwined, the entire combination array was successfully arranged by Lin Feng. The surroundings were emitting astonishing energy fluctuations that swept through the heavens and the earth. The power of the array was quite astonishing, shocking, and moving people. The old spirit array master and the other two were dumbfounded as they watched all of this. He had really succeeded. The array that enveloped the entire Fallen Moon City was a huge array, yet it had been completed by a 16 or 17-year-old boy. This could only be described as a miracle. Rumble. The earth was trembling. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Lin Feng said, "The Beastman army has arrived. Let's go back to the city." Then, the four of them entered Fallen Moon City. How was it? Huang Shilan looked nervously at Lin Feng because the array was too important to Fallen Moon City. Now that the Beastman Empire's army of more than 400,000 had arrived, Fallen Moon City was filled with despair. No problem, just wait for the show. Lin Feng's mouth curved into a sneer. Great. Huang Shilan's beautiful face revealed a breathtakingly beautiful smile. Rumble, rumble. The earth was trembling. They're here. The Beastman Empire's army is here. Many of the soldiers standing on the city walls looked at the densely packed Beastman army in horror. The orc army surrounded the entire Fallen Moon City so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The 4 gates of the city were surrounded by soldiers, making Fallen Moon City an isolated city. They couldn't escape, even if they wanted to. Hey! Moreover, Earth fiends were pushing huge siege weapons and walking at the front. The terrifying aura of death emitted by the Earth fiends made everyone feel a heavy pressure. The huge army of the Orc Empire stopped 3 miles away from Fallen Moon City. The commander of the Beastman Empire's army was a young man. This person was wearing a golden battle robe. Like the other Beastmen, he was very muscular. This was the Beastman Empire's His Highness, Kelt. He was the favorite son of the Beastman Empire's Beast Emperor. Not only was he talented, but he was also brave in battle. He had a very high reputation in the army. However, at this moment, Kelt's expression was very ugly. Although the Orc Empire had the help of the Demon Dao experts, it didn't go smoothly. On the battlefield, they were attacked by the 3 legions of the Zhenwu country and suffered heavy casualties. Moreover, the blood-robed beast tamer that Kelt relied heavily on was killed by a human youth. When Kelt heard about this, he flew into a rage. As a result, Kelt and the demonic expert Li Doxy had a discussion. Since they were constantly losing on the battlefield, they would attack from another angle. Their plan was to target Fallen Moon City and Huang Shirlan. They had used Wu Yangtian as a chess piece, and their original plan was flawless. However, Lin Feng's appearance reversed the situation. The Orc Empire's army suffered heavy losses, and they couldn't capture Huang Shirlan. Everything was not going well, so Kelt was very angry. Li Doxy, who had lost an arm, was riding a giant blood-red wolf on Kelt's left side. "Go and shout," Kelt ordered. "Yes, Your Highness." A thin beastman walked out. This was the Silver Fox Beastman, which was rare among the beastmen. It was not known for its strength, but for its wisdom. The Silver Fox Orc was Kelt's military advisor, and he arrogantly looked in the direction of Fallen Moon City as he loudly shouted, "People of Fallen Moon City, listen up! You've been surrounded by millions of soldiers of the Orc Empire. You won't be able to defend your city. If you surrender now and hand over Fallen Moon City, you'll be able to keep your lives. If you continue to be stubborn, the Orc Empire will raze Fallen Moon City to the ground, and everyone will become a ghost under our blades." Of course, millions of soldiers were just bragging numbers. It was the same in wars. They liked to brag about their numbers to scare the other side. However, they still had more than 400,000 soldiers. Hearing the Silver Fox Beastman's words, the people of Fallen Moon City, who were already in panic, panicked even more. After all, the difference in numbers between the two sides was too big. "Morale is low. This won't do. Blow the horn. Kill Wu Yangtian as a sacrifice." Lin Feng said. Huang Shirlan hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay." Huang Shirlan gave the order. Woo, woo, the sound of a bugle horn resounded. It was the signal to gather the soldiers of Fallen Moon City. Countless ordinary people also gathered outside the city to watch the show. "Let me go. Let me go. The Orc Empire's army is about to break through the city. If you don't let me go, I'll make sure you die, without a proper burial." Wu Yangtian struggled violently. "Kneel." The 2 cultivators who had escorted Wu Yangtian kicked him in the leg. Thump. Wu Yangtian knelt on the ground. "Isn't that the Vice City Lord, Wu Yangtian?" Many people started to talk about it. Whoosh! Lin Feng drew his black dragon sword and shouted, "Wu Yangtian, the Vice City Lord of Fallen Moon City. He colluded with the Orc Empire and betrayed the Zhenwu country. He killed thousands of our brothers. The heavens will not forgive him if he is not killed. Kill him! Kill him!" Everyone roared with hatred when they heard how despicable Wu Yangtian was. Wu Yangtian stared at the faces in horror. "No, don't kill me. I want to see the marshal. He definitely won't kill me. Shirlan, help me. Don't let him kill me." Wu Yangtian looked at Huang Shirlan in horror. "Have you ever thought about the thousands of brothers who died tragically? Are their lives not worth anything?" Huang Shirlan said coldly. She then turned around and stopped looking at Wu Yangtian. This man betrayed his country for glory and killed his brothers. He should be executed, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He grabbed his sword with both hands and slashed down. Pooh! Wu Yangtian's head was sent flying and blood spurted into the sky. Good kill! Countless people shouted at the top of their lungs. The soldiers who had experienced the Battle of Death Valley were moved to tears. Lin Feng grabbed Wu Yangtian's head and walked towards the tower. He stood on top of the tower, holding Wu Yangtian's head in his hand. He looked at Celt and the others coldly and shouted, "Wu Yangtian's head is here. I swear to live and die with Fallen Moon City." "Your Highness, that's the guy who killed the blood-red Beastmaster and ruined our plan to capture Huang Shilan in Death Valley," said Li Doxi, said the one-armed Li Daoxia. He looked at Lin Feng with hatred. "That's him." Celt's face was filled with murder. How despicable. He ruined the Orc Empire's plan. Since these people don't know what's good for them, let's attack the city. When we break through the city, I'll skin you alive. Very quickly, the order to attack the city was given. Woo, 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 the low sound of a horn sounded. Kill them! The Orc Empire's army was moving towards Fallen Moon City. The several hundred-meter-tall Earth Fiends were also pushing huge siege weapons towards Fallen Moon City. The siege weapons were too heavy, as if they were pushing a mountain, causing the earth to shake violently. Chapter 238. Kill them! Battle cries shook the sky as countless beast men rushed over. Fallen Moon City was completely surrounded. Everyone in Fallen Moon City, including the cultivators, ordinary people, and soldiers, were pale. Many of the soldiers guarding the city were trembling. Their hearts were filled with fear, but this was normal. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Facing the possibility of death, who could face it calmly? It wasn't that there weren't people who could face death calmly, but there were too few of them. Lin Feng didn't explain the great formation to the soldiers and generals. He wanted to raise their morale, but words were useless. He could only use actions. When the densely packed beast men rushed over, Lin Feng activated the Great Formation. First, it was the Great Illusionary Formation. Fog suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, and it became thicker and thicker. It even covered the scene a few meters away. Why is there fog? Celt frowned. Look, it's fog. Many of the soldiers on the city walls cried out in alarm and pointed at the fog. The densely packed soldiers of the Beastman Empire didn't care about the fog. They roared and charged over. It was at this moment that something terrifying happened. Under the ground, dense rock spikes drilled out. This was Lin Feng's low yellow rank advanced earth spikes Great Formation. At that moment, it was showing its power. Pu-pu-pu, the sound of bodies being pierced could be heard. Many beast men were directly stabbed to death by the spikes. Heavens, what kind of technique is this? First the fog. What followed was a dense barrage of spikes. Seeing this scene, many of the soldiers in Fallen Moon City cried out in alarm. Some of the soldiers said, "A great formation. This must be a great formation. Only a spirit formation master can do this. A spirit formation master has come. Haha, this is great. The Beastman Empire's beast tamer is dead, and a great spirit formation master has come to Fallen Moon City." A soldier shouted loudly. Immediately, one person spread to 10 people. 10 people spread to 100 people. Spirit formation masters were shrouded in a mysterious veil to everyone. Now that a mysterious spirit formation master had appeared in Fallen Moon City, the soldiers immediately saw hope. The fog lingered and completely covered the Orc army. After the Beastmen army was shrouded in the fog, they found that they couldn't reach that place no matter how far they tried. This was the Great Illusionary Formation set up by Lin Feng trapping the Beastmen army. "What are you waiting for? Release the arrows," Huang Sherlan ordered. "Arrows! Release the arrows!" A loud roar resounded. The soldiers came back to their senses and began to shoot. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows blotted out the sky as they shot towards the Beastman Empire's army. The Beastman Empire soldiers were still confused and disoriented by the large formation. At this moment, the rain of arrows had already arrived. Sounds of bodies being pierced could be heard. God knows how many soldiers of the Orc Empire were killed by the dense rain of arrows. Screams rang out one after another. "Damn it, it's a great formation." Fallen Moon City has a spirit formation master who set up such a powerful formation. It's incredible. Even a profound level spirit formation master would find it difficult to do this. Could it be that Fallen Moon City has a profound level spirit formation master? Li Doxy's face became extremely ugly. A spirit formation master. Kelt's face changed greatly. He knew how terrifying a human spirit formation master was. They controlled great formations and could control unknown power. "Elderly, please ask the spirit formation master of the Soul Devourer Temple to come out and help." Kelt looked at Li Doxy and said, "It's too late to send a message now. Now that the army is trapped in the formation, it's troublesome. I think the reinforcements from Fallen Moon City will come soon." Li Doxy said gloomily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense rain of arrows shot into the fog and killed countless Beastman soldiers. Some Beastmen generals shouted, "Shields, hide!" The Beastmen soldiers who were holding huge shields quickly rushed to the front and blocked the arrows while the rest of the Beastmen soldiers hid behind them. The arrows were blocked by the shields, and the Beastmen soldiers continued to move forward. Rumble! Rumble! At the same time, the Earth Demons were pushing huge siege weapons towards Fallen Moon City. The huge siege weapons destroyed the Great Formation that Lin Feng had set up. The power of the Great Formation was weakening. "Damn it, quick, release the crossbows and kill those Earth Demons." Lin Feng said in a deep voice. There were a total of 20 giant crossbows, which required at least 20 soldiers to open. Their power was extremely shocking. However, it wasn't easy to kill the Earth Demons because of the white fog. The Earth Demons couldn't be seen. They could only hear the Earth Demons, but couldn't see them clearly. Therefore, it was very difficult for the soldiers to operate the crossbows. Fortunately, the soldiers of Fallen Moon City were well trained. Thick arrows were shot out one after another. The power was terrifying. Ripping sounds were heard as the huge arrows pierced through the bodies of the Earth Demons. Then, Lin Feng activated the great formation of celestial spirits and Earth Demons. Celestial spirits were like sharp swords as they attacked the Beastmen soldiers. The Earth Demons' chi poured into the Beastmen soldiers' bodies and directly froze them. It was an extremely tragic battle. Lin Feng's great formation trapped the Beastmen army for a day and a night. Under the joint efforts of the three great formations and the soldiers guarding the city, 100,000 Beastmen were killed and countless Beastmen were injured. However, in the end, the great formation was broken by the Beastmen's soldiers. "Break through the city. I want to slaughter everyone in the city. I want to kill everyone." Kelt roared angrily, his face contorted in anger. The Beastmen soldiers had suffered disastrous losses in this battle. The Beastmen army started to attack the city, and an even more tragic battle broke out. Fallen Moon City's casualties became more and more serious. After bitterly holding on for 3 days, they almost couldn't defend Fallen Moon City anymore. Fallen Moon City was filled with panic, but at that moment, the reinforcements from Fallen Moon City arrived. Great General Zhang Kuei personally led 200,000 Red Flame soldiers. The reinforcements are here. Countless people in Fallen Moon City were excited. Kill, kill all these beast men. Great General Zhang Kuei held his azure dragon saber and rode on his red flame horse. The Beastmen army was attacked from both sides and suffered disastrous losses. Your Highness, quickly break out of the encirclement, said the Silver Fox Beastman anxiously. How could this be? Damn it, how could this be? It was a flawless plan, but it was Lin Feng. It was all his fault. This prince will definitely kill him. Kelt roared in anger. Under the protection of the Beastmen soldiers, Kelt led some people to break out of the encirclement, but most of the Beastmen were annihilated. In this battle, the Beastmen Empire's army of 470,000 had been killed and 170,000 had been captured. The rest had fled under Kelt's command. Chapter 239. The Battle of Fallen Moon City was a huge blow to the Orc Empire. They lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Not only did they lose their military strength, but their morale was also affected. When the news of the Battle of Fallen Moon City spread to the Orc Empire panicked. The Orc Empire's main army was blocked by the 3 legions of the Zhenwu country, so the Orc Empire's higher-ups hoped to seize Fallen Moon City and open a path to the Zhenwu country. However, the result was so tragic. The Zhenwu country's morale was greatly boosted, and they pursued the Orc Empire's army. The Orc Empire's army, which had completely lost their confidence, was utterly defeated. The Orc Empire lost more than 200,000 soldiers on the main battlefield. The Orc Empire's million-strong army invaded the Zhenwu country and lost more than 600,000 soldiers in the end. At the same time, the Sun Moon City's experts appeared and entered the Orc Empire. They fought with the Soul Devourer Palace's experts, who were hiding in the Orc Empire. One of the Soul Devourer Palace's 3 Yinyang realm experts was killed, and the other 2 escaped. Without the support of the Soul Devourer Palace, the Orc Empire had no power to resist. The 3 legions of the Zhenwu country directly attacked the Orc Empire's imperial city. This was the greatest victory that the Zhenwu country had achieved in the hundreds of years of war with the Orc Empire. This matter also shocked the East County and the Divine Continent. No one had expected the Orc Empire to lose so tragically. The Orc Empire was forced to sign a city treaty with the Zhenwu country. The treaty mainly included the Orc Empire giving 10 cities to the Zhenwu country as compensation, and the Orc Empire had to pay tribute to the Zhenwu country every year. When the news of the signing of the city treaty reached the Zhenwu country, the whole country rejoiced. Fallen Moon City's City Lord's mansion was very lively, and the celebration banquet was held there. Lin Feng, my young friend, on behalf of the 3 legions and the countless citizens of the Zhenwu country, I propose a toast to you. If it wasn't for you setting up a formation to block the Orc Empire's army, Fallen Moon City would have fallen. The consequences would be unimaginable. Old Marshal Huang raised his wine cup. Facing this old marshal, who had contributed his entire life to the country, how could Lin Feng dare to be careless? He quickly raised his wine cup and said, "For the sake of the country's survival, how can I avoid it for the sake of fortune and disaster? When the country is in danger, as a disciple of the Zhenwu country, I naturally have to fight on the battlefield for the sake of the country and its people. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Everything I do is what I should do. Old Marshal, please don't praise me." Good, good, good. What a good saying. How can we avoid it for the sake of our country's survival? I can see the hope of our country's future in you. Let's toast to the fallen soldiers. The old marshal raised his glass and finished it in one gulp. Everyone in the hall raised their wine glasses and drained them in one gulp. The banquet was very lively. This great victory was to everyone's satisfaction. Lin Feng was the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone knew that if it weren't for Lin Feng, the outcome of the Orc Empire's invasion would have been hard to predict. First, he chased after the blood-robed beast tamer alone, and in the end, he fought a bloody battle and killed the blood-robed beast tamer. In the Death Canyon, he led a 1,000-man army without fear of death, heavily injuring the martial king, realm demonic path expert Li Doxy, destroying the demonic path and the Orc Empire's plan to kidnap Huang Shirlan. Outside Falling Moon City, he laid out a grand formation without fear of death, blocking the Orc Empire's army of over 400,000 for a day and a night, buying precious time for the reinforcements to arrive. This battle, if it weren't for Lin Feng, would the city be destroyed by now? On the other hand, the Azure Dragon Institute's students were brimming with excitement. In this battle, they had followed Lin Feng and achieved great merits. In the future, when the Azure Dragon Institute recommended people to join the ancient forces, they would be the first to be recommended. Even if they couldn't join the ancient forces, they could still rely on their military merits to win a good future. Halfway through the banquet, Lin Feng and Huang Shirlan walked toward the back garden. "Now that the war is over, you should go back," Huang Shirlan said reluctantly. Lin Feng grabbed Huang Shirlan's slender hand, saying, "Even if I go back, I will miss Sister Shirlan. Don't be like this. It won't be good if people see us like this." Huang Shirlan struggled lightly, but Lin Feng's grip tightened. Huang Shirlan usually wore armor, but today she wore a low-cut evening gown, which fully accentuated her tall figure and full breasts. Coupled with her delicate and beautiful face, she was simply a stunner in the world. "What are you afraid of? Unmarried man, unmarried woman." Not only did Lin Feng not let go, he even pulled Huang Shirlan into his embrace. Huang Shirlan's face was pink, struggling lightly, but she soon discovered that she had no strength left in her body. She leaned weakly into Lin Feng's embrace. Huang Shirlan didn't know when it started, but she had been fantasizing about such a scene. She didn't know when this man, who was several years younger than her, had completely occupied her heart. Under the moonlight, Huang Shirlan's delicate and pink face was so beautiful and charming. Lin Feng couldn't help but kiss Huang Shirlan's pink lips. Woo-woo. Huang Shirlan's eyes were wide open. She hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so daring. There were still people passing by. Huang Shirlan wanted to push Lin Feng away. However, she discovered that she had no strength left in her body. Thinking that Lin Feng was about to leave, she closed her eyes and let Lin Feng taste her. Lin Feng held Huang Shirlan's waist and carried her towards the rockery not far away. "Ah, what are you doing?" When Huang Shirlan saw that Lin Feng was carrying her to the fake mountain, her face immediately turned red. Lin Feng had dared to do such a thing to her on the small road outside. Now that they were in the fake mountain, there was no one else around. She didn't know what he would do to her. "You'll find out later." Lin Feng had an evil smile on his face. "Don't." Soon, Huang Shirlan's shy voice came from behind the rockery. After an unknown amount of time, Huang Linger's voice came from outside. "Big sister, are you here?" Lin Feng and Huang Shirlan quickly cleaned up the mess. Lin Feng left from the other side of the rockery, while Huang Shirlan tidied up her clothes and hurried out. Huang Linger saw Huang Shirlan come out from behind the rockery and saw a familiar figure disappearing into the night. She immediately revealed a suspicious look. She looked at Huang Shirlan with an unfriendly expression. "What are you doing behind the rockery?" "Nothing. I was just passing by," Huang Shirlan said in a panic. However, her pretty face still had a blush that hadn't faded from her pleasure. "Huang Linger, wasn't so easily fooled. She sniffed and asked, "What's that smell? It's so pungent." "Is it? Why can't I smell it?" Huang Sherlan said with a red face. "What's that milky white thing on your mouth?" Huang Linger asked suspiciously. Huang Sherlan turned pale with fright. She quickly licked it clean with her tongue and said, "The cheese I ate just now accidentally stuck to my lips." "Humph!" Huang Linger snorted coldly and turned to leave. Huang Sherlan wanted to stop Huang Linger, but she didn't have the courage to do so. She knew that Huang Linger must have seen something. She also knew that Huang Linger was interested in Lin Feng. She was Huang Linger's older sister, yet she was also attracted to Lin Feng like a moth to a flame. Moreover, she had been so crazy behind the rockery. If Huang Linger hadn't come, Huang Sherlan would have thought that Lin Feng would have taken her first time there. Huang Sherlan's feelings were very complicated. She didn't know how to face Huang Linger. Chapter 240. Lin Feng's group rested in Falling Moon City for 3 days before the city arranged for a griffin to send them back to the Azure Dragon Institute. Their mission this time was completed. Lin Feng laid on the griffin's soft fur, allowing the wind to blow on his face, basking in the sun, warm and comfortable. Huang Linger sat down beside Lin Feng, using her little leg to kick Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened his eyes, looking at Huang Linger with a smile. "Lil, Sisling, is something the matter?" Huang Linger looked at Lin Feng with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Lin Feng felt goosebumps all over his body from the look in Huang Linger's eyes. Those who didn't know would think that Lin Feng had done something outrageous to Huang Linger and then abandoned her. Huang Linger's voice was soft as she asked, "On the day of the celebration banquet, why did you leave halfway? Where did you go?" Huang Linger's eyes never left Lin Feng's eyes as she asked. She believed that the eyes were the window to a person's soul. A light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Naturally, he couldn't tell Huang Linger that he and her sister were having sex behind the fake mountain, right? Lin Feng said, "We drank too much that day, so we went back early to rest." "Is that so?" Huang Linger asked. "Of course." Lin Feng nodded, then closed his eyes. Huang Linger bit her pale lips, looking at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. 10 days later, Lin Feng's group returned to the Azure Dragon Institute, receiving a generous reward from the Azure Dragon Institute's upper echelons. Many of the students who came back early were vexed. They didn't expect that in this battle, the true martial country defeated the Beastmen Empire. If they hadn't come back, they could have been like these people, receiving the opportunity to join an ancient force. These vexed people had no idea how many life and death battles Lin Feng and the others had gone through. After returning to the Azure Dragon Institute, life became a lot more peaceful. The Fire Qilin snuck back at night. Noticing that the Fire Qilin was twice as fat, Lin Feng commented, "Looks like you haven't spared the Azure Dragon Institute's kitchen." The Fire Qilin pouted. The Azure Dragon Institute's kitchen only has a few things that are barely passable. This grandpa has already set his sights on the entire imperial capital. When I'm done eating, I'll go to the imperial palace for a stroll." Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. The Fire Qilin was truly a scourge. Wasn't it enough for him to wreak havoc in the Azure Dragon Institute? He actually wanted to wreak havoc in the imperial capital, and even planned to go to the imperial palace. Lin Feng felt that if the Fire Qilin was really killed one day, it would definitely become a delicacy in the mouths of some people. In the following days, Lin Feng began to learn alchemy from the Fire Qilin. You need to buy a cauldron first, but there aren't any good cauldrons in the imperial capital. The Fire Qilin curled its lips. Lin Feng spent a large sum of money to buy a cauldron made from deep-sea black crystal iron. The Fire Qilin snorted disdainfully. Compared to the Mother Star Wu cauldron I used in the past, it's 108,000 miles away. That Mother Star Wu cauldron is one of the 108 treasured cauldrons. 108 treasured cauldrons. Lin Feng looked at the fire Qilin in astonishment. The fire Qilin explained, these 108 treasured cauldrons are all extremely precious. Not only are their forging skills high, but the materials used to forge them are also extremely precious. Those materials are all materials used to forge Saint Emperor artifacts. Hiss! Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. According to the legends, in the ancient times, there was a Saint Emperor who wanted to forge a Saint Emperor artifact. He searched the entire 3 realms, but he could not find any divine materials. In other words, a Saint Emperor level master was searching for materials that were sufficient to forge a Saint Emperor artifact, but even after searching the entire 3 realms, he could not find such materials, because these materials were too rare, and the materials used to forge 108 treasure cauldrons were materials that Saint Emperors could not find. From this, one could see how precious these 108 treasured cauldrons were. Lin Feng said, using materials that are sufficient to forge a Saint Emperor artifact, to forge a cauldron, isn't that a waste of heavenly resources? The fire Qilin rolled its eyes. Of course not. You must know that the status of an alchemist is extremely high, and only 108 cauldrons like this has appeared in 100 million years. It's not excessive at all. Lin Feng said, then what's so special about these cauldrons? They can only be understood but not explained. In the future, if you have the chance to obtain one of these cauldrons, you will know how terrifying they are. The fire Qilin purposely kept Lin Feng in suspense, making his heart itch. However, Lin Feng did not ask the fire Qilin. In any case, Lin Feng understood the fire Qilin's personality. Even if he asked it, it would definitely not tell him. Lin Feng took out the cauldron and placed it on the table. The fire Qilin said, "Today, we will learn about extraction. Extraction is the first step in refining spirit medicines. There are thousands of extraction methods, and the purer the extracted liquid, the better the effect of the refined pill. Some people have mastered a high extraction method and can refine the same pill 10 times or more than others. From this, we can see the importance of extraction. The most important point is that the higher the extraction method, the less impurities the extracted spirit liquid will have. You must know that when these pills are consumed, there will be impurities in the body. If too many impurities accumulate in one's body, it will hinder one's cultivation. The fewer impurities there are, the better. The extraction method I will teach you is one of the 3,000 extraction methods created by the ancient alchemy god. The process is extremely complicated, but the extracted spirit liquid has almost no impurities. Why was the alchemy god so awesome back then? Countless experts did not hesitate to sell their lives for the alchemy god because the alchemy god's pills were too powerful. They were not pills refined by other alchemists. Once you learn the alchemy god's basic 3,000 extraction methods, your foundation will be firm. Lin Feng was speechless. 3,000 extraction methods. That was too much. According to Lin Feng's understanding, the Azure Dragon Institute's apprentice alchemists only learned 4 to 5 extraction methods, and that was already their limit. The fire Qilin said, these 3,000 extraction methods cover almost everything that can be extracted. Even if it's a piece of rock, if there is spiritual energy inside, you can extract it from it. Lin Feng nodded. The alchemy god was the alchemy god, the ancient alchemy god, the greatest alchemist since the beginning of time, a character of legends. A method passed down by such a character was definitely the best method, a method that countless people dreamed of. Regarding the fire Qilin, Lin Feng was actually quite grateful. Although this fellow was not very reliable at times on his cultivation path, It had always guided him along the right path. If it were someone else who had Lin Feng's ability at 16 years of age, they would have long become arrogant and condescending. But this Fire Qilin, this fellow, would always mumble in front of Lin Feng every day, saying that some ancient Holy Land's Holy Son was able to communicate with the gods at 8 years of age, cultivating to the Yin-Yang realm, and some alchemist associations, young master was already a mystic realm alchemist at 15 years of age. With a fellow like the Fire Qilin constantly attacking Lin Feng in front of him, how could Lin Feng dare to be arrogant? There was only urgency in his heart. Lin Feng knew that what the Fire Qilin said was the truth. Among the true martial country's younger generation, Lin Feng could be considered an outstanding talent. But in the entire 3,000 prefectures, true martial country was merely a small place. The outside world was too big, and there were too many geniuses out there. If he was content to stay in a small corner, he would only be looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Therefore, Lin Feng was extremely hardworking, not daring to slack off. The moment he slacked off, he would be left far behind by those geniuses from the top forces. Chapter 241. Black Vine Orchid, Purple Moon Grass, Red Blood Vine, Blood Rain Flower. There were a total of 12 types of spirit herbs, all of which were required to refine the body-tempering liquid. Lin Feng followed the Fire Qilin and learned the basic refining techniques for 3 months. Only after he learned the 3,000 basic refining techniques did he begin his first real alchemy. Of course, the Fire Qilin only let Lin Feng finish refining the spirit-tempering liquid first. Once he was familiar with the spirit-tempering liquid, he would start to condense the pill. Alchemy also needed to be done step by step. It could not be rushed. It needed to be done step by step. The Fire Qilin said, "Don't underestimate the spirit-tempering liquid. Tempering the body. This kind of spirit liquid has a huge effect on cultivators in the warrior realm. The warrior realm is the realm where the foundation is laid, but in this realm, there are differences in talent. First, it is related to one's martial spirit, and second, it is related to the impurities in one's body. The human body is different. People eat grains, so naturally, impurities will accumulate in their body. The reason is because they don't eat grains. For example, the holy sons and holy daughters of the ancient sacred grounds eat spirit fruits and immortal herbs that have been growing for thousands of years. Naturally, there are fewer impurities in their body, so their cultivation speed is faster. The body tempering pill can help a warrior realm cultivator expel the impurities in their body. For the warrior realm, this is the realm where the foundation is laid, so it is very important." Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed, as the Fire Qilin said. The warrior realm was the realm where the foundation was laid. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. On the long road of cultivation, the warrior realm was the beginning of a journey of 1,000 miles. If you fell behind at the beginning, you would fall behind everywhere. Winning at the starting line was very important. The Fire Qilin continued, "There are too many ways to refine the body-tempering liquid, but the methods that have been passed down are not even in my eyes. Do you know how to extract them?" Lin Feng knew that the Fire Qilin was testing him. He had learned 3,000 refining methods from the Fire Qilin. According to the Fire Qilin, he could even extract the spirit energy in a stone. However, first, he had to find the right method. There were 3,000 methods of refining. Perhaps many of them could be used to complete the refinement, but only one method was the most correct one. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before asking, "Can I use the 1,000 hammer tempering technique?" The so-called 1,000 tempering method was to first refine the spiritual liquid into liquid according to the order, and then refine it 1,000 times with heavenly fire. Next, he mixed all the spirit liquids together and repeatedly refined them 100 times. In this way, the impurities in the spirit liquid were completely removed. All right, you can give it a try and see if this method is the most suitable. Lin Feng nodded and began to refine the spirit herbs. Lin Feng didn't know how to refine pills in other ways, but according to what the fire unicorn had told him, the formula he had given Lin Feng was a secret formula from the ancient medicine compendium. It was called 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 the ancient medicine compendium. This was naturally an unimaginably precious prescription. The effects of the refined elixir were generally related to the following factors. The first and most important factor was the prescription. Without a prescription, it was impossible to refine a pill. However, the same type of pill, such as the Great Dragon Pill, would be far more powerful if refined using an ancient medicine formula than an ancient medicine formula, and an ancient medicine formula was much more effective than the current one. The second factor was the method to refine the spirit herbs. This was especially important. Refining spirit herbs was to remove the impurities and leave behind the purest spirit liquid. If there were too many impurities, the pill would easily explode, which also meant that the refinement would fail. Of course, even if the pill didn't explode and the refinement was successful, if there were too many impurities, would one's cultivation increase after consuming it? Or would one consume poison? One had to know that if there were too many impurities in a pill, it was no different from consuming poison. As the saying went, every medicine was 3 parts poison. The poison of a medicine referred to the impurities in the pill. The third factor was the alchemist's flame, heavenly fire, earthly fire, demonic fire. Every flame was different. The stronger the flame, the easier it was to remove the impurities during the refinement process. At the same time, the stronger the pill, the easier it was to successfully condense the pill. The fourth factor was the alchemist's soul strength. Refining medicine was a long process with many details and steps, so it required a strong soul strength to support it. This was because one had to remember every step and know what to do next. Just like the 1,000 tempering, 100 tempering method that Lin Feng had just mentioned, there were a total of 14 types of spirit herbs. Each type of spirit herb had to be tempered 1,000 times, which was 14,000 times. Then, according to different steps, the remaining spirit liquids would be fused together. Every time 2 types of spirit liquids were fused together, it would be 100 tempering, 100 tempering. To fuse 14 types of spirit liquids, just the first stage of the refinement would require tens of thousands of steps. How complicated was the process? Therefore, alchemists had strict requirements for their souls. Because of this, one wrong step could cause the entire process to go wrong. They had to start all over again. Lin Feng threw the spirit herb black vine orchid into the cauldron, summoned the heavenly fire, and began the refinement. Although the refinement seemed like a simple process, it was not. This was because the temperature of the flame was very high. Although it could refine the liquid out of the spirit herb, it could easily evaporate these precious medicinal liquids. Therefore, during the refinement process, the control of the flame's temperature was extremely important. Every type of spirit herb was different, so the temperature of the refinement could not be the same. Even for a single spirit herb, the refinement process was divided into 4 stages, beginning, middle, end, and end. Each stage had different temperature changes. How to control this temperature required a strong soul strength to sense the changes in the spirit liquid and the temperature. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the cauldron, and the spirit herb exploded. Fire Qilin said, "The temperature control is wrong." Again, Lin Feng nodded. His expression was quite dignified. In the end, there was a huge difference between theory and practice. Of course, alchemy could not be rushed. It needed to be learned step by step, so even if he failed, he was not discouraged. For 3 days, Lin Feng refined the body-tempering liquid. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, stalks of spirit herbs were thrown into the cauldron by Lin Feng, turning into spirit liquids. Then Lin Feng controlled these spirit liquids to fuse, and then refine them again. After spending more than 4 hours, finally all the spirit liquids were perfectly fused together. A ball of flame flew out from the cauldron. This flame was wrapped in a ball of clear and transparent liquid. This was the body-tempering liquid that Lin Feng had refined. Looking at the transparent body-tempering liquid, Lin Feng was a little puzzled. Wasn't the body-tempering liquid purple? Why was the body-tempering liquid that he had refined transparent? The fire Qilin nodded in satisfaction. It seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. It curled its lips and said, "How can the rest of the body-tempering liquid be compared to the ancient alchemy god's secret recipe? The reason why those body-tempering liquids are purple is because there are too many impurities. The reason why the body-tempering liquid you refined is transparent is because there are no impurities in the body-tempering liquid." Chapter 242. Lin Feng refined a total of 10 bottles of transparent body-tempering liquid. However, Lin Feng had no use for the body-tempering liquid, so he went to the auction house, hoping to sell it to them. The auction house was a very mysterious organization. It was said that the power behind it was unimaginably powerful. Even the Zhenwu country's royal family was only a small shareholder of the auction house without any decision-making power. If not for the fact that the auction house was built in the imperial capital and needed the royal family's help, the royal family wouldn't even be able to get a small shareholder like Lin Feng. The auction house was a 5-story oval-shaped building. The first floor was the trading hall, where all kinds of dazzling goods were displayed, such as pills, secret manuals, weapons, and so on. Anything that one wanted to buy could be bought here. The second floor was the VIP lounge, where the guests were received. The 3rd and 4th floors were where the 5th-grade items were auctioned. The 5th floor was where the upper echelons of the auction house rested. The 1st floor of the auction house was bustling with people coming and going. Lin Feng arrived at the auction house and walked towards the counter. The counter was where all kinds of items were purchased. Apart from selling all kinds of items, the auction house would also purchase all kinds of treasures. If there were any treasures, the auction house could cooperate with the auction house to sell them. There were a total of 10 counters here. Lin Feng came to the counter of a man in his 30s and said, "I want to sell a bottle of body-tempering liquid. What price can your auction house offer for this bottle?" Lin Feng gave the bottle to the deacon, who looked to be about 30 years old. The attendant had an arrogant expression, but Lin Feng felt that it was normal. The auction house had a great power behind it, so the people working there all thought highly of themselves and felt that they were superior to others. The attendant opened the bottle and glanced at it. His face sank, and he said, "Kid, are you trying to trick me?" "Why do you say that?" Lin Feng asked. "This is clearly water. How can you say that it's body-tempering liquid?" The attendant said coldly. Lin Feng said, "If you don't recognize it, it only means that your eyesight is bad. You can show it to others." "Impudent! Do you think this deacon doesn't even know what body-tempering liquid is? Take your things and leave the auction house. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the porcelain bottle to Lin Feng. Lin Feng calmly replied, "I want to see your elder or president. Even if you don't recognize him, someone else will." When the deacon heard this, his face immediately turned cold, and he said coldly, "Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of meeting our Lord? Men, throw this brat out." "Yes." Two of the auction house's guards walked towards Lin Feng, each of them looking ferocious. Look, there seems to be a dispute. Many people looked over and pointed at them. The auction house was already crowded with people. Once something happened, it was easy to attract a lot of attention. Brat, get out of here. The two guards immediately threw themselves at Lin Feng and tried to grab him. Lin Feng waved his right hand, and a strong wind swept out. Dang, 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 dang. The two guards were forced to retreat. Damn, this brat isn't weak. Ha, it's not a wise choice to fight in the auction house. This is interesting. I wonder how this will end. Many people were discussing. When the deacon saw Lin Feng make a move, a cold smile appeared on his face. He said coldly, Brat, this is the auction house. You dare to fight in the auction house. Do you want to die? Humph, the auction house is only SOSO. It's full of dogs looking down on people. If this place doesn't want me, there will be other places. Do you think there won't be a place to sell good things? Said Lin Feng, while smiling coldly and walking away. Young friend, please wait a moment. At that moment, an old voice sounded. Lin Feng stopped and turned around to see an old man coming down from the second floor. The old man seemed to have heard the commotion and came down. Lord President, after seeing the old man, everyone in the auction house was shocked and immediately bowed to him with a humble smile. The old man's identity wasn't simple. Not only was he the auction house's president, but he was also a profound-level alchemist. He was the #1 alchemist in the whole of Zhenwu country. Every day, countless officials and nobles wanted to ask for a spirit medicine, but they couldn't find him. No need for formalities. The old man nodded. At that moment, the deacon said, Lord President, that brat took out a bottle of transparent liquid. I don't know what it is, but he's definitely here to cause trouble. Why don't we drive him away? Dongfang Gu waved his hand, indicating for the deacon to stop talking. The deacon could only leave with a gloomy face. He didn't dare to go against Dongfang Ji's words. Lin Feng nodded and walked up to the old man. He cupped his fists and said, Body-tempering liquid. Dongfang Gu took the bottle and opened it. Then he poured out a drop of liquid from the bottle. Transparent liquid? Ha! That brat said it's body-tempering liquid? Is there something wrong with his head? Who in the world doesn't know that body-tempering liquid is purple and some of the best ones are light purple? What is this? It's even clearer than water. How can it be body-tempering liquid? Many people shook their heads. After hearing everyone's discussion, the deacon's lips curled into a sneer. He looked at Lin Feng with a gloating expression. After Dongfang Gu saw the drop of transparent liquid in his palm, he slightly frowned. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he carefully sniffed the drop of transparent body-tempering liquid in his palm. His aged face was shaken. His right hand that was holding the porcelain bottle slightly trembled. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Lord President is angry to this extent. The deacon smiled proudly in his heart. He glanced at Lin Feng and sneered in his heart, You're going to be in big trouble, brat. Let's see how I'll deal with you. Many people saw Dongfang Ji's expression and muttered to themselves, Oh no, Dongfang Gu seems to be angry. That brat is in trouble. Body-tempering liquid. It really is body-tempering liquid. Little friend, this old man apologizes to you on behalf of the auction house. Dongfang Gu sincerely said. Seeing this scene, the entire auction house became absolutely silent. The deacon's sneering face immediately stiffened. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. Dongfang Gu, the #1 alchemist of Zhenwu country, the president of the Imperial Capital Auction House, and an important figure that countless officials and nobles wanted to meet, but couldn't. He actually took the initiative to apologize to that brat. Body-tempering liquid, that transparent liquid, It really is body-tempering liquid. At this time, many people looked at the bottle in Dongfang Ji's hand, and gasps rang out one after another. Transparent body-tempering liquid? Could it be the legendary body-tempering liquid that had all the impurities extracted? It was rumored that only the great alchemists of the ancient era could refine such a body-tempering liquid. Countless gazes looked at the body-tempering liquid in Dongfang Ji's hand with burning desire. Everyone knew what this bottle of body-tempering liquid represented. A bottle of body-tempering liquid might be able to create a peerless monster for the family. Chapter 243. Mr. President, please don't be so polite. Lin Feng cupped his fists in respect. He glanced at the attendant, whose face had already turned pale. Previously, the attendant had looked down on Lin Feng and scolded him casually, but now he was completely different. His face was deathly pale, and his body was trembling. His previous arrogance had completely disappeared. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. I just hope that your auction house can improve the quality of your attendance. If it had been someone else, not only would they have failed to sell the body-tempering liquid, but they would also have been beaten up by your auction house. Fan Shishuan. Dongfang Ji's aged voice suddenly rose in pitch. Sir, I'm here. The attendant walked over with a pale face, constantly wiping away the cold sweat on his face. Apologize to the prince, Dongfang Gu said coldly. Fan Shishuan lowered his head, his eyes filled with coldness. Fan Shishuan's background wasn't simple. He had been able to become an attendant at the Imperial Capital Auction House when he was around 30 years old because he had come from an ancient organization. Even though he was only the son of a housekeeper, he was still someone who could show off his strength. How could he be willing to apologize to Lin Feng? What? You still don't want to apologize? Dongfang Ji's face darkened. Get out of the auction house. Dongfang Gu looked at Fan Shishuan coldly. Fan Shishuan said, Mr. President, I'm from the ancient Fan family. How dare you? Even the leader of the Fan clan has to call me uncle. What do you think you are? Piss off. From now on, none of the auctions in Godly Prefecture in the East County will hire you. Dongfang Gu waved his sleeve, and Fan Shishuan was thrown into the air. With a thump, he landed in the middle of the road. Look, isn't that Fan Shishuan? Who dared to throw him out? It seems like President Dongfang did it himself. Fan Shishuan is arrogant and despotic. He's always acted like a snob, and now he's receiving his retribution. Ha! Serves him right. Many people saw Fan Shishuan being thrown out and began to discuss and point at him. Fan Shishuan had never suffered such humiliation before. He crawled up and looked at Dongfang Gu and Lin Feng with a venomous expression. He couldn't touch Dongfang Gu, but he didn't care about Lin Feng at all. Little bastard, you made me so miserable. I'll make sure you die, without a grave. Fan Shishuan roared and got up from the ground. He shouted at the crowd, Get out of my way, don't block my way. Then he squeezed through the crowd and disappeared. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He did not expect that Dongfang Pavilion would expel Fan Shishuan from the auction house because of him. In truth, Lin Feng was still relatively young and did not understand some of the reasons. Just now, Dongfang Gu had asked Fan Shishuan to apologize. If Fan Shishuan had directly apologized, this matter would have been resolved. But Fan Shishuan thought that he came from an ancient aristocratic family. Although he was only a servant of an ancient aristocratic family, it was still an ancient aristocratic family. Why should he apologize to a brat from a secular country? Fan Shishuan's refusal to apologize was the same as slapping Dongfang Gu in the face. It would be strange if Dongfang Gu could hold back his anger. Lin Feng thought about it carefully and understood the reason. He thought to himself, This Fan Shishuan is really courting death. He can't blame himself. Dongfang Gus smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Young friend, would you like to have a chat in the VIP room upstairs?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Sir President, please." "Young friend, please." Dongfang Gu was very polite. Perhaps he felt that someone who could take out such a legendary body-tempering liquid was no small matter. Perhaps there was an extremely powerful alchemist behind this person. As for the fact that this body-tempering liquid had come from Lin Feng's hands, Dongfang Gu did not even consider this possibility. He did not believe that a 16 or 17-year-old youth could refine such a pure body-tempering liquid without the slightest impurity. Heavens, it really is body-tempering liquid without any impurities. Who is that brat? Could it be that there's a great alchemist behind him? Even the #1 alchemist in the East region, Medicine King Luo Xinghe, can't refine such a body-tempering liquid, right? Quick, let's return to the clan and report this matter. Our young master is 8 years old this year and has just started cultivating. His talent is not bad. If he has such a bottle of body-tempering liquid to refine his body, his talent will increase tenfold. When that time comes, he will become a peerless genius. Let's hurry back and report this to the clan head. This will definitely be a great achievement. Many people quickly left. Lin Feng and Dongfang Gu went to the VIP room on the 2nd floor. "Young friend, may I know your name?" Dongfang Gu asked with a smile. "Lin Feng. So it's Lin Gongzi. How much body-tempering liquid does Lin Gongzi have?" Dongfang Gu asked. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Sir President, how much do you want?" Dongfang Gu was shocked. This body-tempering liquid had clearly been refined not long ago. Coupled with Lin Feng's tone, Dongfang Gu was even more certain that there was a very powerful alchemist behind Lin Feng. Dongfang Gu smiled and said, "This kind of body-tempering liquid is not worth much." "Oh, Sir President, what do you mean?" Lin Feng looked at Dongfang Gu. "Things are precious when they are rare," Dongfang Gu said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, things were precious when they were rare. It wasn't difficult for him to refine this body-tempering liquid. However, if he refined too much, its value would be greatly reduced. If a faction wants to survive, it needs to rely on its inheritance. What does an inheritance rely on? It relies on people. I'm sure all the major factions would be very interested in obtaining this kind of body-tempering liquid, right? Dongfang Gu smiled mysteriously. Lin Feng said, "I have 10 bottles of body-tempering liquid here. Sir President, what do you plan to do with them?" Dongfang Ji's eyes lit up, and he said, 10 bottles is just right, no more and no less. In a month, the auction house will hold a large-scale auction. At that time, the body-tempering liquid will appear in the auction. During this month, the auction house will notify some of the major factions, such as the ancient families of Sun Moon City. I'm sure they'll be very interested in this body-tempering liquid. Many thanks. Lin Feng cupped his fists. You're too polite, young friend. This is a matter of mutual benefit. Dongfang Gu smiled and said, according to the auction house's rules, the items sold will be split 73. Young friend will get 70%, and the remaining 30 will be the auction house's commission. Lin Feng nodded. He knew that this was the auction house's rule. He said, all right, then let's settle it like this. Young friend, this is the auction house's purple gold VIP card. Please accept it. Dongfang Gu handed a purple gold card to Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that this was a symbol of status, so he didn't refuse. He accepted the card, then stood up and said, goodbye. I'll be back in a month. Young friend, take care. Dongfang Gu sent off Lin Feng, then hurriedly went to the 5th floor. Outside a room, Dongfang Gu tidied his clothes, then knocked on the door and respectfully said, "Miss, this old servant wishes to see you." Chapter 244. What kind of person was Dongfang Gu? Even if the emperor of the Zhenwu country met him, he would have to respectfully address him as Old Mister. But now he was calling himself Old Servant. It was hard to imagine the background of the woman in the room, whom Dongfang Gu addressed as Mississippi. "Uncle Dongfang, you're here. Come in." A gentle voice came from inside the room. Dongfang Gu pushed open the door. He saw a woman in her 20s sitting at a table. There was tea boiling on the table, and the entire room was filled with a delicate fragrance. This woman wore a snow-white dress that wrapped around her perfect figure. Her skin was snow-white, and her face was beautiful. She was like a fairy that had fallen from the heavens. "Old servant greets Miss." Dongfang Gu bowed to the woman. Jiang Yudi hurriedly supported Dongfang Gu and said, "Uncle Dongfang, please don't be so polite outside." "Miss, you're too kind. Please call me by my name in the future," Dongfang Gu said in fear and trepidation. Jiang Yudi said, "Uncle Dongfang, please don't say that. You've watched me grow up, so you deserve it." Dongfang Gu sighed. So many years have passed, and Miss has grown up. Jiang Yudi smiled and said, "Uncle Dongfang, I've been in Zhenwu country for a while, and I'm planning to return to the Jiang family. Do you want to go back with me?" Hearing the words Jiang family, Dongfang Gu was filled with respect. There was only one Jiang family in the 3,000 continents. The ancestors of the Jiang family had created the investiture of the gods in the ancient times. This was a power so ancient that even the 4 ancient empires were afraid of it. It was mysterious, powerful, and unknown. Why was the auction house able to open so many branches in the 3,000 continents? Could it be because of the support of those ancient powers? Of course not, because the most hidden power was the Jiang family, an ancient power that had been passed down since the ancient times. Even now, at the Jiang family's ancestral grounds, the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, one could still see the Jiang family's ancestors creating the investiture of the gods. I was originally from Zhenwu country, and by chance, I became the ancestors' medicine boy. Now that I'm old, I don't want to return to the Jiang family. Dongfang Gu said, "Uncle Dongfang isn't old. The ancestor is concocting longevity pills. One pill can increase a person's lifespan by 800 years. When the time comes, you Dai will go and ask the ancestor for one." Jiang Yudi said. When Dongfang Gu heard Jiang Yudi's words, he was extremely touched. He said, "For Miss to think of me, even if I die, I will have no regrets. Miss, you absolutely cannot give me such a precious longevity pill. If the clan finds out, they will definitely blame you." Jiang Yudi smiled noncommittally. She had her own thoughts and did not continue arguing with Dongfang Gu on this topic. Jiang Yudi smiled and asked, "Uncle Dongfang, you came in such a hurry. Did something happen?" "Miss, look." Dongfang Gu handed the porcelain bottle containing the body-tempering liquid to Jiang Yudi. Jiang Yudi opened the bottle and looked at it. She was shocked. She sniffed it and said, "This is body-tempering liquid. It was concocted with 12 different types of spirit herbs. The process is extremely complicated, and even I can't figure out how to concoct this body-tempering liquid." Dongfang Gu knew how amazing Jiang Yudi's alchemy skills were. He said, "Even Miss can't figure out how to concoct this. It seems like there really is an expert behind that brat." Jiang Yudi asked, "Who does this belong to?" "A 16 or 17-year-old boy. His name is Lin Feng." Dongfang Gu said, "Lin Feng. Many ancient holy lands and dynasties don't have this surname. Send someone to find out more about him." Jiang Yudi said, "Yes, I will go and give the order now." Dongfang Gu left the room. It's really interesting. In this tiny Zhenwu country, There's actually someone who can refine this kind of transparent body tempering liquid. This is an ancient recipe. Even in the ancient Jiang family, this recipe is only accessible to the direct descendants and the upper echelons. The corners of Jiang Yudi's mouth curved into a smile, so beautiful that it took one's breath away. Lin Feng, right? Who the hell are you? She mumbled to herself. After returning to the Azure Dragon Institute, Lin Feng's days became dull. Other than cultivating, he spent his time drawing spiritual arrays and learning alchemy from the Fire Qilin. Lin Feng had broken through to yellow rank, mid-rank, and low-rank spirit array master. Thus, he decided to head to the Hall of Spiritual Arrays to look for a few kinds of spiritual array techniques to practice. Soul-subduing technique, yellow rank, mid-rank, low-rank spirit array technique. After successful practice, it can subdue ghost-type monsters. Lightning technique, yellow rank, mid-rank, low-rank spirit array technique. After successful practice, it can condense lightning to attack. There were dozens of spiritual array techniques stored in the Spiritual Array Palace. There were also some spiritual array techniques with extraordinary power. However, these spiritual array techniques were not easy to obtain. That was because these spiritual array techniques only had introductions and no scrolls. F***CK. Were all the scrolls hidden away by the old fellows here? Only a small number of low-grade spiritual array techniques were left. Lin Feng couldn't help but viciously curse. I curse your scrolls to be bitten to pieces by insects. Lin Feng didn't plan to ask for these spiritual array techniques from the Hall of Spiritual Arrays upper echelons. At that time, he would definitely expose his skills as a spirit array master, which might cause some unnecessary trouble. The auction will start in a month's time. Maybe I can get some top-grade spiritual array techniques from the auction house. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. The auction house was the best place to buy spiritual array techniques. Not only were there top-grade spiritual array techniques, but there were also various kinds of basic grand formations. These were the most important things. For example, the several grand formations that Lin Feng arranged to protect the entire Fallen Moon City were the basic grand formations. To a spirit array master, these basic grand formations were the foundation, while spiritual array techniques were merely a means of attack. The next day, Lin Feng arrived at the Genius Barracks back mountain. There were many caves and secret rooms for the Azure Dragon Institute students to cultivate in. Among them, there was a lightning cave that contained terrifying lightning energy, the best place to temper one's physical body. Halt! Show your identity token. The disciple guarding the lightning cave was called Wang Yun, and he stopped Lin Feng. Lin Feng handed over his student identity token to Wang Yun. Wang Yun glanced at it, revealing a respectful expression. So, it's junior brother Lin. Please keep your identity token. Thank you for your trouble, senior brother. Lin Feng kept his identity token and cupped his fists. Junior brother is too polite. Wang Yin also cupped his fists politely. He naturally recognized Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng was a new student, his strength was obvious to all. If the Mountain River list were to be rearranged, many people would think that Lin Feng would be in the top 10. Lin Feng stepped into the Lightning Cave. Chapter 245. The interior of the Lightning Cave was divided into many forks. Every fork led to the deepest part of the cave. Inside the cave, there was a powerful lightning energy. The deeper one went, the more powerful the lightning energy was. There were signs hanging around the Lightning Cave. Lin Feng entered an uninhabited cave. Crackle, crackle. About 10 meters into the cave, Huang Xiaolong heard the sound of thunder. Streaks of lightning intertwined in the cave, flickering with a purple light. I heard that this lightning cave was formed by divine lightning from the heavens countless years ago. Later, It was developed into a lightning cave that can be used to temper one's body. Lin Feng thought of the lightning cave's origin and couldn't help muttering to himself. Bang! He walked deeper into the cave, and streaks of lightning energy bombarded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body became a bloody mess. Lightning energy was one of the most violent energies in the world. For example, the so-called heavenly tribulation was formed by lightning energy. Cultivators were often afraid of lightning energy. This was because the power of lightning was far too destructive. It wasn't something an average cultivator could withstand. Even in the Azure Dragon Institute's Lightning Cave, very few students would come here, because lightning energy was too harmful to the body. The average student wouldn't come here to temper their body. Instead, they would be bombarded half to death by the lightning energy inside the lightning cave. Only a few strong and talented students would enter the lightning cave to temper their body. Of course, they wouldn't be able to last for too long. Being able to last for 2 hours in the lightning cave was already considered quite amazing. What a good lightning body tempering technique. That lightning body tempering technique is worthy of being called the most violent kind of power. Even my physical body has been split open, let alone others. Lin Feng was shocked, but he wasn't afraid. Lin Feng began to circulate the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. The power of the immemorial dragonesque elephant surged within his body, rapidly healing his injured body. The lightning energy was destroying Lin Feng's body, while the power of the immemorial dragonesque elephant was repairing Lin Feng's body. Amidst destruction and rebirth, Lin Feng's physical body grew stronger and stronger. After tempering himself in the outermost region for 6 hours, Lin Feng continued walking deeper. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the lightning energy became. When Lin Feng was 30 meters in, the lightning energy here was 10 times more violent than in the outermost region. Dense lightning energy bombarded Lin Feng's body. Pain. Lin Feng felt a heart-wrenching pain. He could even see his muscles being blasted apart by the power of thunder. Blood immediately flowed out. Persevere. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. This was how the martial Tao worked. Only by persevering could one have the last laugh. Lin Feng circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant art, and the power of the Archean dragonesque elephant flowed through his body, starting to repair his body. Lin Feng's physical body was destroyed over and over again, but it was restored again and again. Outside, a tall student came to the Thunder Cave. This student was quite famous. His name was Chu Jianghe. He was an expert ranked 11th on the Mountain River list. Senior brother Chu. Seeing Chu Jianghe coming over, Wang Yun immediately bowed. And Chu Jianghe nodded and entered the Thunder Cave. At that moment, other than Lin Feng, the rest of the students had already left. Chu Jianghe walked into the Thunder Cave beside Lin Feng to cultivate. Chu Jianghe's cultivation technique was called Mystic Lightning Energy. His cultivation technique was related to thunder. His attack power was extremely tyrannical. Cultivators of the same level could stay in the Thunder Cave for 2 hours, but Chu Jianghe could stay for an entire day. This had a lot to do with Chu Jianghe's cultivation technique. A day later, Chu Jianghe walked out of the Thunder Cave. He took a deep breath and said, "This time, I persevered for 25 hours. Compared to the previous time, I persevered for an hour longer. Not bad, not bad." Chu Jianghe was obviously very satisfied with his body tempering in the Thunder Cave. Suddenly, Chu Jianghe looked at the Thunder Cave beside him. The Do Not Disturb sign was still there, which meant that there was someone inside. Chu Jianghe frowned slightly and walked out of the Thunder Cave. Wang Yin said respectfully, "Senior brother Chu, you're done cultivating." Chu Jianghe nodded. He looked at Wang Yun and said, Did the person in the Thunder Cave beside me change? Wang Yun smiled bitterly and said, "No, it has always been that junior brother." "Junior brother? Who is he?" Chu Jianghe asked in surprise. "It's junior brother Lin Feng," Wang Yun said. "So it's him. How long has junior brother Lin Feng been in there?" Chu Jianghe asked. "Today is already the 5th day," Wang Yun said. His own face was filled with disbelief. The previous record of Thunder Cave tempering was held by Chu Jianghe. Even if Chu Jianghe broke his own record this time, he had only stayed for 25 hours. As for Lin Feng, his first time in the Thunder Cave, he had stayed for a total of 4 days. How is that possible? Chu Jianghe's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Wang Yun said with a bitter smile, "It's true." Chu Jianghe was shocked. He said, "Then I'll wait here and see how long junior brother Lin can last." The news that Lin Feng had been cultivating in the Thunder Cave for 4 days and still hadn't come out quickly spread throughout the Azure Dragon Institute. Many people were shocked and came to watch. Lin Feng didn't know what was happening outside. He was already 60 meters deep into the Thunder Cave. The lightning energy here was so dense that one couldn't even see one's fingers if they stretched their hand out. One could only see the violent lightning energy lingering around. The lightning energy bombarded Lin Feng's body again and again. Lin Feng was sent flying again and again. His body exploded, dripping with blood, looking extremely miserable. However, Lin Feng crawled up from the ground and madly circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to repair his body. Under this kind of destructive tempering, Lin Feng's body grew stronger and stronger. In fact, in each of Lin Feng's cells, the faint shadow of an immemorial dragonesque elephant condensed. It was rumored that cultivators who cultivated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art could store the power of an immemorial dragonesque elephant in each of their cells. The human body was made up of 10 billion cells. In other words, Lin Feng's strength could reach 10 billion immemorial dragonesque elephant strength at its peak. Of course, this was only a theoretical value. If he could really reach this level of strength, then what was a fiend god? The difference between a fiend god's body and Lin Feng's was too great. Lin Feng could kill a fiend god in the same realm with a single punch. This was the terrifying aspect of the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. After tempering himself for an unknown period of time, the lightning energy at the 60-meter mark was unable to harm Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng felt that even divine weapons wouldn't be able to harm his body in the slightest. It definitely surpassed the fiend god's body by 3 to 4 levels. As for human cultivators, Lin Feng felt that even a yin-yang realm cultivator wouldn't be able to compare to his body. Chapter 246. How many days has Lin Feng been in the lightning cave? This is the 9th day. What? The 9th day? Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that something went wrong during the cultivation? Some of the students were discussing amongst themselves. 9 days, that was too shocking. The previous record holder, Chu Jianghe, had only been in there for 24 hours. Lin Feng had surpassed that record by 9 times, but everyone found it hard to believe. Thus, some of the students began to suspect that Lin Feng had encountered a problem during his cultivation. Otherwise, how could someone stay in the lightning cave for a full 9 days? Senior brother Chu, should we go in and take a look? What if something happens to junior brother Lin in there? Wang Yun did not continue. Everyone understood what he wanted to say. If Lin Feng had encountered a problem during his cultivation and had not come out of the lightning cave for 9 days, Lin Feng was probably already dead, considering the destructive strength of the thunder and lightning in the cave. Chu Jianghe nodded solemnly and said, "All right, let's go take a look." Some of the students were about to enter the lightning cave. Right at that moment, a youth with tattered clothes and blood all over his body walked out. It's Junior Brother Lin. Heavens, what is this on Junior Brother Lin's body? Dried blood? What exactly did Junior Brother Lin experience during these 9 days? Junior Brother Lin really lasted for 9 days. The lightning cave is so violent, even a Martial King expert would not be able to last for 3 days. Junior Brother Lin actually lasted for 9 days. Isn't that too inconceivable? Seeing Lin Feng come out, cries of surprise rang out one after another. Countless shocked gazes looked at Lin Feng. Even Chu Jianghe, who was ranked 11th on the Mountain River list, looked at Lin Feng with deep shock in his eyes. Chu Jianghe knew how terrifying the lightning cave was. He had cultivated the mystic lightning energy, which was a powerful cultivation technique, but he had only lasted for 25 hours. As for Lin Feng, it was his first time in the lightning cave, but he had lasted for 9 days. This was too inconceivable. Before Chu Jianghe could recover from his shock, he suddenly heard a voice. "Senior brother, why are there so many people here?" This voice was very humble. It was Lin Feng. Chu Jianghe had heard of Lin Feng's reputation and knew that although he was a freshman, his strength was abnormally strong. As far as Chu Jianghe was concerned, a prodigy like Lin Feng was bound to be an arrogant person. After all, his strength was there for all to see. The top-ranked students in the Mountain River list, which one of them were not high and mighty people. Chu Jianghe did not expect Lin Feng to be so courteous. He was not arrogant at all, and his posture was also quite humble. Chu Jianghe smiled bitterly and said, "Junior Brother Lin, everyone was waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Lin Feng looked at Chu Jianghe in surprise. Fellow disciple Lin has been in the Thunder Cavern for 9 days. Before that, the record was 1 day. Chu Jianghe, Lin Feng, was speechless. He did not expect this reason, nor did he expect that he had been in the Thunder Cavern for 9 days. While cultivating in the Thunder Cavern, Lin Feng was wholeheartedly tempering his physical body. He had completely forgotten about time. Of course, hard work paid off. Lin Feng's physical body advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through the shackles of the Martial King realm, reaching the level of an yin-yang realm expert. In fact, his physical body was even stronger than many yin-yang realm experts. 9 days of bitter cultivation, 9 days of torture, in exchange for a breakthrough in his physical body. In Lin Feng's eyes, it was completely worth it. Many thanks for Senior Brother's information. Lin Feng cupped his fists and walked out. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with reverence, taking the initiative to open a path for Lin Feng. Soon, the news that Lin Feng had been tempering his physical body in the Thunder Cavern for 9 days spread throughout the Azure Dragon Institute. Heavens, Senior Brother Lin is too amazing, right? Senior Brother Lin is really the pride of us new students. Even those so-called geniuses in the genius barracks are ashamed of their inferiority, right? Many new students were discussing excitedly during the new student assessment. Lin Feng had already become an existence admired by many new students. Later on, Lin Feng led the Azure Dragon Institute's 1,000-man army in the Great War against the Beastmen Empire, achieving outstanding military merits. Lin Feng had long since become an iconic figure in the Azure Dragon Institute. Now, Lin Feng had once again become the center of everyone's attention. Many teachers, attendants, and elders of the Azure Dragon Institute were privately discussing Lin Feng's physical body tempering in the Thunder Cavern because this was too inconceivable. Even a martial general realm expert couldn't stay in the Thunder Cavern for 9 days. In the entire true martial country, perhaps only the Azure Dragon Institute's institute principal could accomplish this, but the institute principal was an yin-yang realm expert. While the entire Azure Dragon Institute was discussing this matter, Lin Feng had already returned to his residence. After taking a hot bath, he fell asleep on his bed. 9 days of torment was too tiring for him. This sleep lasted for a full day and night. The auction was also held on this day. How long have I slept? Lin Feng got out of bed and washed his face. Seeing that the sun was about to set, he asked Zhang Pingfan, who was sitting in the yard. Zhang Pingfan chuckled. You slept for a full day and night. Lin Feng laughed. Ha, too tired. I didn't expect to sleep for so long. You must be hungry. I'll go get some food for you. What do you want to eat? Zhang Pingfan asked. No, I still have some things to take care of outside. I'll eat something on the way. Lin Feng replied. All right then. Zhang Pingfan nodded. Naturally, Lin Feng did not forget about today's auction. In this auction, Lin Feng's 10 bottles of body-tempering liquid would be auctioned off. During this period of time, the auction house had indeed notified many major forces, informing them of the news of body tempering. This caused a great commotion. Ancient families like Sun Moon City, Gentleman City, and Sky Saint City all sent people to participate in this competition. In front of the auction house, people came and went, bustling with noise and excitement. Many luxurious carriages were heading in the direction of the auction house. There were also some people riding on strange beasts. For example, a middle-aged man was riding on a giant black tiger with feathered wings. It was actually a twin-winged devil tiger. Are those people from the ancient families? Someone asked. That's right, they're from the ancient Li family. Roar. In the distance, a thunderous roar shook the sky. 9 dragon horse beasts were pulling a divine bronze chariot as they approached. These dragon horse beasts had the head of a dragon and the body of a horse, looking exceptionally majestic. 9-headed dragon horse chariot. Such extravagance! Who are these people? Many people cried out in surprise. That's the Mount of Gentleman City's city lord, Han Zihua. Could it be that Han Zihua is here personally? Heavens, what is this auction house putting up for auction? Even an important figure like Gentleman City's city lord is here personally? Chapter 247. More and more strong cultivators arrived, causing quite a commotion. Many luxurious carriages and strange beasts flew across the sky, heading towards the auction house. How extravagant! It's rare to see these big shots, but there are so many of them here today. Lin Feng was speechless. Roar! A dragon's roar came from afar, echoing through the sky. A dragon! It's a dragon! Oh my God, look, there's someone sitting on the dragon. Is that a dragon rider? Someone pointed into the distance and exclaimed. It was a 300-meter-long dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was extremely ferocious, and it emitted a terrifying aura that was suffocating. A cultivator in his 30s sat cross-legged on the dragon's head. Soon, the dragon flew over. It's not a dragon, it's a flood dragon, someone said. The flood dragon was different from the dragon. Although many people called the flood dragon, in fact, there was a fundamental difference. First of all, the flood dragon evolved from the snake in the bloodline. Snakes evolved into flood dragons in 1,000 years, and then into dragons in 10,000 years. After snakes evolved into flood dragons, they would have some of the dragon's bloodline. Therefore, flood dragons were usually abnormally powerful, but they were still far inferior to dragons. However, as they continued to cultivate, they would become more and more like dragons until they completely evolved into dragons. He's probably an expert from the Sky Flood Dragon sect. Someone whispered. The Sky Flood Dragon sect was also an extremely powerful sect. It was one of the ancient sects in the East County of the Divine Prefecture. It was said that this sect had raised some flood dragons, and they were extremely terrifying. More and more strong cultivators arrived and entered the auction house. Sometimes the auction house would only hold an auction once a year. Sometimes it would only hold a large-scale auction once every few years. Therefore, every time the auction house held an auction, it would always attract many people from large sections. This year, there was another reason why so many people from large sects had come. It was because they had heard news about Jiang Yudi. The young lady of the ancient Jiang family, Jiang Yudi, was at the auction house of the Zhenwu country. What kind of existence was the ancient Jiang family? The ancestor of the Jiang family had created the investiture of the gods and conferred the titles of gods. Among the ancient gods, only those who had been conferred titles by the ancestor of the Jiang family on the Copper Sparrow Pavilion were true gods. Those who were not on the investiture of the gods were evil gods or false gods. Therefore, many powerful cultivators from different forces had come here to visit Jiang Yudi other than for the auction. Of course, this reason was not known to outsiders. Lin Feng walked towards the auction house. "Drive, drive, drive!" A shout came from the distance. A 10-meter-tall exotic beast quickly rushed over. It was an incomparably huge, raging flame lion. It let out a low roar as it rampaged through the streets. There was a young prince sitting on top of the flaming lion. He held a long whip in his hand. When he saw someone blocking the flaming lion, he swung his whip and viciously lashed out at the passerby. Pa, pa, pa. With a whip, a passerby was sent flying. Those passers-by fell to the ground. Their bodies were badly mutilated, and they let out miserable shrieks. This was obviously another disciple of a great aristocratic family. Otherwise, why would he be so arrogant and despotic? Lin Feng was walking on the main street when the young man rode his flaming lion over. When he saw Lin Feng in front of him, his face suddenly sank. He revealed a sinister expression and coldly shouted, "Brat, don't you have eyes? Scram!" As soon as he finished speaking, a whip lashed out. Pa, pa, pa. The whip lashed out at Lin Feng like a poisonous snake. Lin Feng's face turned cold, and he grabbed the young man's whip. "Brat, you dare resist? You know who I am?" The young man glared at Lin Feng fiercely. "This street is 30 meters wide. Your flaming lion can move freely. Am I blocking your way?" Lin Feng coldly questioned. "Ha ha ha ha, you lowly commoners. If I want to whip you, I'll whip you. What can you do to me?" The young man arrogantly looked at Lin Feng and said, "When you saw me riding my flaming lion, you should have obediently moved aside and respectfully waited for me to pass. You lowly commoners actually dare to walk on the main street. You're courting death. Do lowly commoners like you have the right to walk on the same street as me?" The young man had acted recklessly and had injured countless people along the way. He had long since aroused public indignation. Now that he was speaking rudely, his words were full of mockery and insults. Many people were infuriated by his words, but they didn't dare say anything. Lin Feng's face suddenly sank. This young man was too arrogant. He sneered and said, "You keep calling others lowly commoners. Who do you think you are? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? You blind thing! Flaming lion, teach this brat a lesson." The young man sneered. Roar! The flaming lion understood human nature. When it heard the young man's command, it immediately roared and leaped up, waving its enormous claws at Lin Feng. "Young master, be careful!" Many people cried out in alarm. Many people even turned their heads away. They couldn't bear to see the young man being heavily injured by a vicious beast like the flaming lion. "Humph!" Lin Feng sneered and threw a punch at the flaming lion's attack. Their bodies, which were completely disproportionate, collided fiercely against each other. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the huge flame lion was sent flying dozens of meters away. "Heavens, is this real?" Many people cried out in alarm. Roar! The flaming lion roared furiously and crawled up from the ground. At that moment, everybody saw Lin Feng jump into the air. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of a few dozen meters. He descended from the sky and violently stomped on the lion's body. The lion immediately fell to the ground. Roar! The flaming lion could feel the strength of this human in front of it. It let out a low and terrified roar, trembling all over. It didn't dare to move anymore. Too powerful. He actually scared the flaming lion to this extent. Many people cried out in shock. Seeing Lin Feng appear in front of him, the young man's face became very ugly. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. Let me tell you, my father is the commander of the City Defense Army. My sister is the concubine of Duke Taishian. If you dare to touch me, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The young man shrieked. Duke Taishian was the younger brother of the current emperor of Zhenwu country. He had a high position and power. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. But Lin Feng didn't care. The imperial family couldn't influence the Azure Dragon Institute at all, because the Azure Dragon Institute was backed by Sun Moon City. Lin Feng sneered. You're just the younger brother of Duke Taishuan's concubine. You dare to be so arrogant? You really don't know life from death. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng slapped him. Pa! The sound of a slap spread in the air. The young man was blown away by Lin Feng's slap. He crashed onto the ground, looking extremely miserable. Flaming lion, get out of here! Lin Feng roared. Roar! The flaming lion roared and stood up, rushing in the direction of the auction house. Chapter 248. Outside the auction house, there were many people coming and going. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Many disciples of aristocratic families had arrived. Of course, there were also many important figures. Hey, look, isn't that the raging flame lion? That brat Jin Wuzhong is here. A few young masters said as they quickly went over to welcome him. The raging flame lion stopped in front of the auction house, and Lin Feng jumped down from it. Who are you? Why are you riding Jin Wuzhong's raging flame lion? Where's Jin Wuzhong? Someone asked when they saw Lin Feng jump down. No one knew who Lin Feng was. Lin Feng smiled and said, Jin Wuzhong said that sitting on the raging flame lion for too long caused his back to hurt and his legs to cramp. That's why he decided to run over. He should be here soon. You guys can wait here for a while. After saying that, Lin Feng walked towards the auction house. The auction house was bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Feng held the auction house's violet VIP card and entered the VIP seats. People entered the auction house one after another. Many people were discussing the various items that would appear in the auction. 2 hours later, an old man and a beautiful woman walked onto the auction stage. They were the auctioneers of the auction. The old man smiled and said, Everyone, I am Zhuge Zheng. I am the auctioneer of this auction. This is Ouyang Jing. She is the assistant auctioneer. Today, the two of us will be in charge of this auction. Let's bring out the first item. As soon as Zhuge Zheng finished speaking, a servant girl came up with a tray. The tray was covered with silk, which concealed the item inside. What's this? Many people looked at the first auction item with great interest. Under normal circumstances, the first item of an auction was called a good start. However, any good start item was usually very precious. Ouyang Jing lifted the brocade, and the thing inside immediately appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was a golden chainmail, but it was as thin as a cicada's wing. Could it be a saint armor made from the silk of the golden frost silkworm? It's rumored that this saint armor is impenetrable by weapons, water, and fire. One of the cultivators exclaimed in shock. That's right. This is the divine armor formed from the golden frost silkworm's threads. This divine armor is incredibly precious, and the starting price is 1 million gold coins. Each increment must be at least 10,000 gold coins. Ouyang Jing said, the currency of the Sky Martial Continent was gold and silver. 1 gold coin was equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver. 1 million gold coins was equivalent to 1 billion taels of silver. It was a sky-high price. However, even though the price was astronomical, it still attracted the interest of many people. 1 million gold coins. 2 billion gold coins. 1,500,000 gold coins. 5 million gold coins. The price soared all the way to 5 million gold coins. At this moment, a voice sounded. 10 million gold coins. Swish, countless people looked over and found that it was a young prince. This young prince was quite handsome and had an arrogant look on his face. How extravagant! He directly raised the price from 5 million to 10 million. This person is really rich and overbearing. That's the young master of the Tianlong Chamber of Commerce. His name is Shun Ziqing. The Tianlong Chamber of Commerce's business is spread all over the Eastern County. I've heard that the Tianlong Chamber of Commerce has good relations with many ancient forces. The Tianlong Chamber of Commerce's higher-ups are also very good. Every year, they pay tribute to ancient forces and seek protection from them. Their business is getting bigger and bigger. Therefore, the Tianlong Chamber of Commerce's wealth is comparable to that of a country. Someone whispered, "This prince has bid 10 million gold coins. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher?" Zhuge Zheng said in a clear voice. Nobody continued to bid. 10 million gold coins going once. 10 million gold coins going twice. 10 million gold coins going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this prince for obtaining the golden frost silkworm armor. Zhuge Zheng said with a smile. Haha, not bad, not bad. This kind of armor happens to be useful to me. Shun Ziqing said with a smile. Lin Feng shook his head. He felt that this person was too ostentatious. There were quite a few big shots sitting in this auction house. He was just a junior. Moreover, he was just a disciple of a chamber of commerce. It was unwise for him to be so arrogant. Lin Feng had also heard of the Tianlong Chamber of Commerce. The rise of this chamber of commerce was legendary. It was said that the founder of the Tianlong Chamber of Commerce came from a poor family, but later on, by chance, he met a disciple of an ancient power and became friends with him. Later on, this person started doing business. Every year, he would pay tribute and send gifts to the ancient power. However, no matter how big the business was, it was still a chamber of commerce. It wasn't a top power. One item after another was brought up for auction. There was no lack of extremely precious treasures. This is a 2,000-year-old scarlet blood ginseng. The starting price is 200,000 gold coins. A precious medicine was brought out for auction. 300,000 gold coins. 400,000 gold coins. 1,500,000 gold coins. The price of the scarlet blood ginseng sword. In the end, it was sold for 1,500,000 gold coins. It was bought by an alchemist. A 2,000-year-old scarlet blood ginseng can be sold for 1,500,000 gold coins. I wonder how much my 3,000-year-old purple sungrass can be sold for. Lin Feng couldn't help but think in his heart. Of course, he didn't have the idea of selling the purple sungrass because Lin Feng was also an alchemist. In the future, he would definitely be able to use such a precious medicine. Next, one treasure after another was brought out. For example, a flying sword was a spirit weapon. When it was taken out, it suddenly flew into the air and revealed a beautiful snake woman. The beautiful snake woman twisted her fiery body and coquettishly towards the crowd. The beautiful snake woman was the spirit of the flying sword. The flying sword was called Demon Snake Sword, which was how it got its name. This flying sword caused an intense competition among the crowd. In the end, it was sold for a sky-high price of 13 million gold coins. Of course, apart from the flying sword, there were also many other treasures being brought out for auction. Not only were there magical weapons, but there were also rare treasures, secret martial arts books, precious pill recipes, and so on. Zhuge Zhang said, "The next item to be auctioned will definitely be of great interest to everyone. This is a body-tempering liquid refined by an alchemist from ancient times. Normally, only the most ancient clans can use this body-tempering liquid to refine their bodies. Today, our auction house will be auctioning this mysterious body-tempering liquid. It's finally time for the body-tempering liquid." Lin Feng slightly frowned. Zhuge Zhang's words completely ignited the auction. Many people had come for the body-tempering liquid. Chapter 249. The people from the ancient powers also looked at the auction stage. They were also very interested in the body-tempering liquid. This kind of body-tempering liquid wasn't circulated outside, and only a few ancient families might have it. But in reality, they didn't know that even the body-tempering liquid refined by the ancient powers couldn't reach the effect of Lin Feng's body-tempering liquid. There was no other reason, because Lin Feng's body-tempering liquid was refined using the formula created by the ancient alchemy god, and the ancient alchemy god was the #1 alchemist in the ancient times. A maidservant walked up with a porcelain bottle on a tray. Zhuge Zhang said, "This is the body-tempering liquid. Our auction house has already inspected it, and this body-tempering liquid has no impurities at all. The process is extremely complicated, and it's already transparent. It's definitely refined using the ancient alchemy god's formula. This bottle of body-tempering liquid has a starting price of 100,000 gold coins." Lin Feng was speechless. The cost of this bottle of body-tempering liquid was 20 taels of silver, and the auction house actually set the starting price at 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins was equivalent to 100 million taels of silver. It had to be said that this auction house was really good at doing business. 200,000 gold coins, 300,000 gold coins, 1,000,000 gold coins, 2,000,000 gold coins. The competition between the various powers was unprecedentedly fierce. Whether a power could survive and become stronger depended on whether there was an outstanding descendant who could shoulder the entire power's fate. The body-tempering liquid being auctioned today was to lay the foundation. It could turn ordinary disciples into geniuses and geniuses into monsters. Naturally, everyone would compete with all their strength. 3 million for 0,000,000. 10,000,000. Lin Feng was dumbstruck as he listened to the bidding. It was really too crazy. The body-tempering liquid's cost was 20 taels of silver, but the various powers had crazily raised the price to 10 million gold coins. Is there anyone who wants to go higher than 10 million? 10 million going once, 10 million going twice, 10 million going thrice. Congratulations to this friend for winning the first bottle of body-tempering liquid. Zhuge Zhang said with a beaming smile. It's someone from the imperial family. Someone said. He recognized the person who attacked. It was a member of the royal family. He was most likely a representative of the Zhanwu country's royal family. The old man smiled and cupped his fists at Zhuge Zhang. Seeing the disappointed expressions of many people, Zhuge Zhang smiled and said, "Everyone didn't get the first bottle, but there's no need to be disappointed, because this time Our auction house will be auctioning off 10 bottles of the immemorial body-tempering liquid at once. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. This Zhuge Zhang had added the word primordial to the body-tempering liquid, and the body-tempering liquid had suddenly become grand and lofty. 9 more bottles. This time, I must get at least 1 bottle. Many people became excited. Bring it up, said Zhang Ziyan. Zhuge, Zhengji said. Then, a maidservant walked up with 2 bottles of body-tempering liquid on a tray. Obviously, Zhuge Zhang didn't want to auction them off bottle by bottle. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, as expected of an old fox. Auctioning them off bottle by bottle, the price won't go up. There are only 10 bottles in total, and if they are auctioned off together, these great forces will definitely break their heads and bleed. The starting price of these 2 bottles of body-tempering liquid is 200,000 gold coins. Each increment can be no less than 20,000 gold coins. Everyone may start bidding. Ouyang Jing smiled charmingly. 30 million gold coins. I want these 2 bottles of immemorial body-tempering liquid. A middle-aged man said. It's someone from the ancient Wu family. This is the brother of the Wu family patriarch, Wu Mo Fan. This person is an Yin-Yang realm master. Someone whispered. The origin of this person was frightening. However, there were also people who sneered. They didn't fear this person just because he came from an ancient family, because there were many representatives of great forces in the auction house. They weren't any weaker than the ancient families. 50 million. I want it. Another middle-aged man said. It's Gu Changshao from the ancient Yang sect. The ancient Yang sect and the ancient Wu family have always been at odds. This time, there will be a good show. Someone exclaimed. Gu Changshao, you want to compete with me? Wu Mo Fan's face suddenly sank. In an auction, the highest bidder wins. 60 million. Wu Mo Fan said coldly. Haha, in terms of financial resources, your ancient Wu family really can't compare to our ancient Yang sect. Gu Changshao laughed and raised a finger. 100 million. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk, the whole auction house exploded. Gu Changshao was really generous. He actually raised the price of the 2 bottles of body-tempering liquid to 100 million. 1 bottle was worth 50 million. The Zhanwu country imperial family member who bought the first bottle of body-tempering liquid for 20 million secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had acted decisively. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the body-tempering liquid. Wu Mo Fan's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. In terms of financial resources, the ancient Wu family really couldn't compare to the ancient Yang sect because the ancient Yang sect was an alchemy sect. Such a force was the richest. Some of the precious pills they refined could be sold for sky-high prices. This time, the ancient Yang sect spent a lot of money to buy the body-tempering liquid because they wanted to study the raw materials of the body-tempering liquid and figure out how to refine it. But obviously, they wouldn't gain anything. How could the alchemy methods of the ancient alchemist be deduced by others? Not to mention the cultivators of the ancient Yang sect. Even some of the god-level alchemists of the ancient era couldn't calculate it. Humph! Wu Mo Fan coldly snorted and no longer said anything. 100 million. Is there a higher bid? 100 million going once. 100 million going twice. 100 million going thrice. Sold. The second batch of body-tempering liquid was sold for a sky-high price of 100 million. I became a billionaire just like that. Lin Feng still felt that it was a bit unreal. He previously thought that the body-tempering liquid could be sold for several tens of thousands of gold coins, which was already good enough. But he didn't expect that just 3 bottles of body-tempering liquid would be sold for 120 million gold coins. This was simply a huge fortune. No, Wonder so many people wanted to become alchemists. Becoming an alchemist meant endless wealth. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. At this time, a maidservant came up again, with 3 bottles of body-tempering liquid on her tray. Ouyang Jing said, "This is the 3rd batch of body-tempering liquid, and also the 2nd last batch. The starting price is 300,000 gold coins, and each increment must be no less than 30,000 gold coins." After a short silence, many people began to madly compete. 1 million, 2 million, 30 million, 50 million, 100 million, 130 million, 130 million. Is there a higher bid? Zhuge Zhenghong said, 130 million going once, 130 million going twice, 130 million going thrice. The bidder was the vice sect master of the Eastern Province's Divine Lands Clear Sky sect. Hearing that the deal was about to be completed, he revealed a smile. Just as Zhuge Zheng was about to hit the gavel in his hand, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. 200 million. I'll take it. Hong. The entire auction house was in an uproar. The price of the 3 bottles of body-tempering liquid had risen to a sky-high price of 200 million. 1 bottle was close to 70 million, which was even more shocking than the previous 2 bottles of 100 million. Chapter 250. Everyone looked at the woman who had bid. She was wearing a black robe and a veil that covered her face. They didn't know who she was. A mysterious person. That was the first impression that many people had of her. The vice sect leader of the Qingtian sect looked unsightly. The most he could use was 180 million, but he couldn't compete with the mysterious woman. This young lady has bid 200 million. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? 200 million going once. 200 million going twice. 200 million going thrice. Sold. Bang. The hammer fell, and the 3rd batch of items was sold. Then a maid walked onto the stage with the remaining 4 bottles of body-tempering liquid. "There are only 4 bottles of body-tempering liquid left," said Zhuge Zhang. "I'm not going to hide it from you, but you should know what kind of influential family is supporting our auction house." Many people nodded. Of course, they knew. The ancient Jiang family. In the ancient times, the ancient Jiang family had been conferred the title of gods. It was an unimaginably ancient family. According to the president, these 10 bottles of body-tempering liquid weren't refined by the ancient Jiang family's alchemist, because our Jiang family's body-tempering liquid isn't as pure as this one. "Now, there are only 4 bottles left," said Zhuge Zhang. "What? Isn't that the ancient Jiang family's body-tempering liquid?" Heavens, is Zhuge Zheng telling the truth? Even the ancient Jiang family's body-tempering liquid isn't as pure as this one? Who refined this body-tempering elixir? Many people cried out in alarm. Many important people were also moved. They had thought that the body-tempering liquid had been refined by the ancient Jiang family's alchemist because the young lady of the Jiang family had come to Zhenwu country. But now they knew that it wasn't what they had thought. If the ancient Jiang family couldn't refine the body-tempering liquid, then it was too precious. Now, there were only 4 bottles left. Amazing! Amazing! Zhuge Zheng threw out such an important piece of news at the last moment in order to make these people go crazy. If he had said it earlier, when there were 10 bottles of body-tempering liquid, these people would have been very rational in competing for it. But now, they can't be rational anymore, because there are only 4 bottles left. Lin Feng was moved. He couldn't help but admire Zhuge Zheng's professionalism. "When the time comes, I'll reward you more for your hard work. Anyway, I'm rich now." Lin Feng suddenly felt like he was a nouveau riche. But he really was rich. Ouyang Jing smiled. "Ladies and gentlemen, The last 4 bottles of body-tempering liquid have a base price of 400,000 gold coins. If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you won't have another opportunity. Let the bidding begin. The entire auction house fell into a deathly silence. One could even hear a pin drop. No one was the first to bid. A cultivator raised his hand and said, immediately, it attracted a burst of wild boos. A mere 500,000 gold coins. Could it be that he wanted to buy 4 bottles of primordial body tempering liquid? 500,000 gold coins. Letting you smell, it is already good enough. However, after the first person spoke, the silence was broken. Soon, someone began to bid. The price soared crazily and soon broke through 100 million. But Lin Feng knew that it was just the beginning of the show. The strong cultivators of the ancient influential groups hadn't made their move yet. When the price rose to 200 million, the ancient families also began to make their moves. An elder from the Murong family of Sun Moon City raised the price to 300 million. But this still couldn't stop everyone from going crazy. 310 million. 350 million. 400 million. Many people who were watching the show had dumbstruck expressions. The price of this bottle of body-tempering liquid had actually risen to a sky-high price of 100 million. When the price rose to 400 million, the competitors were basically ancient families or some ancient sects, and other forces. Only such forces could be so rich and overbearing to take out such a large sum of money to compete for the primordial body-tempering liquid. The great elder of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion shouted a new price, 410 million. The deputy sect leader of the Thunder Firmament sect raised the price to 420 million. The competition was extremely intense. The price rose crazily at an astonishing speed. Finally, a middle-aged man bid 1 billion gold coins. The faces of the major figures of the major forces changed slightly. Even these major forces had to weigh the price of 1 billion. Someone from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Someone recognized the identity of this middle-aged man. His background was quite extraordinary. The 10,000 Laws Pavilion was a force that inherited the legacy of spirit array masters in the Eastern Province. One had to know that there were 3,000 provinces in the Tianmu continent. The most respected were spirit array masters. If one wanted to set up a protective array for their family, they would need the help of a spirit array master. Countless people asked for help from spirit array masters. These spirit array masters were also incomparably wealthy. The scene was silent. Elder Yu of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion has already raised the price to 1 billion gold coins. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Zhuge Zheng looked around and said with a smile. Some people frowned, as if they were weighing the pros and cons. It was not an easy task to compete with the 10,000 Laws Pavilion for the primordial body-tempering liquid. It was indeed difficult to compete with the 10,000 Laws Pavilion in terms of financial resources. Many people sighed and finally chose to withdraw from the competition. Did you get it? Elder Yu of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion curled his lips into a smile. Everyone, these are the only 4 bottles of primordial body-tempering liquid. Who knows when we will see them again? Everyone, please think about it carefully. Ouyang Jing smiled charmingly and continued to add fuel to the fire, hoping that someone would come out to compete with Elder Yu of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. The higher the price of the auction item, the higher the commission of the auctioneer. Therefore, whether it was Zhuge Zhang or Ouyang Jing, they would spare no effort to push the price even higher. Elder Yu of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion couldn't help but roll his eyes. He secretly cursed the auction house for being such a scam. The price was already so high, yet they still wanted to encourage others to compete with them. They were truly a group of black-hearted ghosts who ate people without spitting out the bones. Of course, Elder Yu wouldn't say these words out loud. The 10,000 Laws Pavilion also wouldn't offend the auction house because the power behind the auction house was too strong. Elder Yu, it seems that you can only part with this item. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who spoke was actually the city lord of Gentleman City, Han Zihua. Han Zihua smiled and said, "I bid 2 billion. 2 billion?" In an instant, the entire auction house was filled with gasps of astonishment. 2 billion gold coins for an auction item was definitely a sky-high price. It was also the largest amount ever sold in a single auction since the establishment of the Zhenwu country's auction house. 2 billion gold coins piled up was like a mountain of gold. Chapter 251. 2 billion. Are there any higher bids? 2 billion going once. 2 billion going twice. 2 billion going thrice. Sold. Dongfang Ji's voice was filled with excitement. After today, the record holder for the highest price in Zhenwu country's auction house would be him. Thinking of this, Dongfang Ji's heart was filled with excitement. The 10,000 Laws Pavilion's Elder Yu's expression darkened slightly. He originally had 5 billion gold that he could use, but Han Zihua's bid of 2 billion had completely blocked his path. "Congratulations, City Lord Han," Elder Yu said with a fake smile. "I also have to thank Elder Yu for being so generous," Han Zihua said with a smile. Lin Feng still hadn't recovered from his shock. The final transaction price actually reached a shocking 2 billion gold coins. In addition to the previous 4 transactions, 10 bottles of body-tempering liquid that cost 200 taels were actually sold for 32 billion gold coins. After deducting the auction house's commission, he would still be able to obtain 62 billion gold coins. In the entire Zhenwu country, 10 years of tax revenue didn't even reach 624 billion gold coins. Lin Feng was shocked by the auction house's ability. They could really do whatever they wanted. Han Zihua didn't stay long after winning the 4 bottles of body-tempering liquid. In the VIP room, a servant girl brought the 4 bottles of immemorial body-tempering liquid under the guidance of President Dongfang Gu. "Brother Han, how have you been these years?" Dongfang Gu asked with a smile. "I've been well. Thank you for your concern, elder brother Dongfang." Dongfang Gu smiled and said, "There are 2 billion gold coins in this crystal card." "Okay." Dongfang Gu accepted the crystal card. Crystal cards were forged by spirit array masters. They were similar to today's bank cards. There was a formation inside that could be used to input various amounts of money. With the crystal card, one could exchange it for gold coins in Tianmu continent's 3,000 prefectures. It was very convenient. These bank accounts, they were jointly created by the 3,000 prefectures of Tianmu continent's 3,000 prefectures. They were equivalent to today's banks. Han Zihua smiled and said, "I have another reason for coming here. I wonder if elder brother Dongfang can contact me and let me meet this mister." Dongfang Gu said, "We're old friends. To tell you the truth, even I have never met this mister." "Oh." Han Zihua looked at Dongfang Gu in surprise. Dongfang Gu explained, "These 10 bottles of body-tempering liquid were sent here by a young man named Lin Feng." "Who is this Lin Feng?" Han Zihua asked. "He is a disciple of the Azure Institute. He was a genius disciple from a small town in Zhenwu country." Han Zihua suddenly clapped his hands and said, "A person with damaged meridians would be crippled, but he actually recovered as before." "That's right. He must have met a powerful alchemist." "You seem to be very interested in that mysterious alchemist behind Lin Feng. Do you have something to ask of him? Dongfang asked. Han Zihua sighed. I'm begging for a medicinal pellet, not to revive Ruoshi, but to prolong her life. Dongfang knew about Han Zihua's wife, Ruoshi. He said, I'm afraid ordinary medicinal pellets won't have any effect on Ruoshi. Some special pellets are needed. That's right. That's why I came here in such a hurry. Elder brother Dongfang, you must help this brother Ah. You know the relationship between me and Ruoshi. That year, if it weren't for saving me, Ruoshi wouldn't have met with such a calamity. Han Zihua's eyes suddenly shone with a sinister light, and the temperature in the room plummeted. That was 100 years ago. The soul-devouring temple had wreaked havoc in the Eastern Divine Prefecture, slaughtering the innocent. They had incurred the wrath of the righteous factions, and the 10 ancient cities had called for an alliance to attack the soul-devouring temple. However, the soul-devouring temple was too terrifying, and they had launched a crazy counterattack. At that time, Han Zihua had been surrounded by several soul-devouring temple elders. Ruoshi had blocked a palm for him, and she had almost died. Fortunately, Han Zihua had used a deep-sea yang returning bead to temporarily save her life. However, 100 years had passed, and the deep-sea yang returning bead's effects were about to wear off. But for a living corpse like Ruoshi, ordinary medicinal pellets were useless. Dongfang sighed. If I can help, I'll naturally help. Brother Han, wait here for a moment. After the auction ends, Lin Feng will come. You can personally talk to him about this matter. I don't dare say whether it'll work or not. Thank you, Big Brother Dongfang. Han Zihua gratefully bowed to Dongfang Ge. Dongfang Ge hurriedly helped Han Zihua up. There's no need to be so polite between us. This is a great favor. How can I be rude? Han Zihua said very seriously. You, after so many years, your temper hasn't changed. Dongfang Ge shook his head. At the auction, all kinds of rare items were taken out for auction. Lin Feng didn't participate in it. He was more of a spectator until a treasure was taken out and attracted Lin Feng's interest. It was a book. Zhuge Zheng introduced. This book is called the Ancient Mystic Sky Sect's Secret Codex. Everyone must have an impression of the Ancient Mystic Sky Sect, right? That once glorious and ancient sect had produced several powerful spirit array grandmasters. This ancient Black Sky Sect secret manual recorded 108 basic spirit arrays, including yellow rank spirit arrays and profound rank spirit arrays. At the same time, it also recorded 365 spirit array techniques, which were also yellow rank spirit array techniques and profound rank spirit array techniques. It's actually a spirit array secret codex. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He was currently worried about Spirit Array's secret codex, but this ancient Mystic Sky Sect secret codex actually appeared at the auction. Naturally, Lin Feng was overjoyed. Young Master, this is the ancient Mystic Sky Sect's secret codex. This is a good thing. Young Master will definitely be able to use it in the future. A servant next to Shen Ziqing of the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce said flatteringly, "Ha! This young master will soon become an official Spirit Array Grandmaster. This ancient Mystic Sky Sect's secret codex. This young master will definitely be able to use it." The corner of Shen Ziqing's mouth curled up slightly. He was determined to obtain the ancient Mystic Sky Sect's secret codex. Chapter 252. Zhuge Zhenghong said, although this ancient mysterious Sky Sect's secret manual only records yellow rank and profound rank formations, it's the best inheritance to build a foundation. In ancient times, the mysterious Sky Sect was good at building a solid foundation for disciples who just started learning spirit arrays. If you can get this ancient mysterious Sky Sect's secret manual, you'll definitely achieve a glorious life on the path of a spirit array master in the future. You'll definitely become a great spirit array master that everyone admires. Hearing Zhuge Zhenghong's words, Shun Ziqing became more and more excited. It was as if he was fantasizing that one day he would become a great spirit array master. Goddesses and fairies would all kneel in front of him and beg him to sleep with them. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was wonderful. However, in reality, Shun Ziqing was just deceiving himself. This person was 21 years old this year and had started learning spirit arrays at the age of 10. However, 11 years had passed, and he was still a spirit array apprentice. Obviously, he didn't have enough talent to become a spirit array master. The starting price of this ancient mysterious sky sex secret manual is 2 million gold coins. Each bid can't be less than 200,000 gold coins. Ouyang Jing said. Boom. The entire auction house was in an uproar. This ancient mysterious sky sex secret manual was the item with the highest starting price after the auction began. However, this was normal. As long as it was related to a spiritual array master, the price would be extremely high. Many people were interested in the ancient mysterious sky sex secret manual. This was because these large factions usually had spirit array masters. Moreover, these factions would also train spirit array masters. Naturally, they could use the ancient mysterious sky sex secret manual. 3 million. A man in a black robe was the first to bid. Soon, the price soared. 4 million, 5 million, 6 million, 7 million, 10 million, 30 million, 100 million. Soon, the price of this ancient mysterious sky sex secret manual rose to a sky-high price of 100 million, 200 million. Suddenly, a voice was heard. It was Shun Ziqing. This Shun Ziqing was the young master of the Sky Dragon Chamber of Commerce and was rich and overbearing. Many people frowned slightly. Ordinary factions couldn't afford to train spirit array masters. Naturally, top factions could afford to train spirit array masters. However, the top forces also had a complete training system, including all kinds of basic spirit arrays and spirit array techniques. Buying the ancient mystic sky sex secret manual was just the icing on the cake. However, if he were to spend a huge sum to purchase the ancient mystic sky sex secret manual, it would definitely affect the auction of the other treasures. Thinking of this, many people left one after another. Congratulations, young master! You're about to obtain the ancient black heaven sex secret manual. The servants around Shun Ziqing said with a smile. Ha! We also congratulate Brother Shun. There were also a few young masters who were friends with Shun Ziqing, and they all congratulated him. If Lin Feng saw one of them, he would definitely recognize him. It was none other than Jin Wuzhong, who had been riding the flaming lion and charging around fearlessly. Well said, well said. When I become a spirit array master in the future, everyone can come to me for help if they have any problems. This young master will definitely not refuse. Shun Ziqing said with a smile. The young masters despised him in their hearts. You think you can become a spiritual array master? Are you dreaming? If it weren't for the fact that you're so rich, who would want to flatter you? Of course, these young masters would not say these words out loud. They still wanted to follow Shun Ziqing and indulge in wine and women. In any case, Shun Ziqing had endless money to spend. Just when Shun Ziqing thought that the ancient mystic sky sex secret manual was about to be obtained by him, a voice rang out. 210 million. Everyone looked over and found that it was also a young man who had bid. Who is this person? Many people were puzzled, and they were all guessing Lin Feng's identity. It was too rare for the younger generation to be able to take out a few 100 million gold coins. It's this brat. Jin Wuzhong immediately gritted his teeth. One of the young masters said, This is the guy who had a conflict with you? He snatched your flaming lion. That's right, it's him. Jin Wuzhong glared fiercely at Lin Feng, wanting to tear Lin Feng apart. Where did this brat come from? How dare he compete with me for the ancient mystic sky sect's secret manual? Shen Ziqing's expression darkened slightly as he spoke coldly. Lin Feng glanced at Shen Ziqing and frowned when he saw Jin Wuzhong. He hadn't thought that these people would be together. It seemed that Shen Ziqing wasn't a good person either. He calmly replied, "In an auction, the highest bidder gets the item. Whoever offers the highest price gets the item." Ha ha ha. Brat, are you trying to compete with me to see who's richer? How laughable, how laughable. Someone actually dares to compete with me in terms of wealth. You're just asking to be humiliated. You overestimate yourself. Shen Ziqing looked at Lin Feng disdainfully and raised 3 fingers. 300 million. He raised the price by 90 million in one go. Is he the son of the heavenly dragon chamber of commerce's president? Yes, he's Shin Tianma's son. It seems that Shin Tianma only knows how to make money. His son is too arrogant. Someone shook his head. If it was any other time, it wouldn't have mattered. But today, there were so many people from the major powers. If a junior wanted to compete, he could have just made a bid, but he just had to act so arrogant and condescending. What kind of impression would he give to the people from the major powers? On the other hand, Lin Feng wasn't worried at all. He looked calm and relaxed. They were all juniors. The difference between them was obvious. 310 million. Lin Feng continued bidding. He didn't raise the price crazily, even though Lin Feng had won. 6 billion gold coins. 500 million, said Shen Ziqing coldly. 510 million. Lin Feng continued bidding. Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you compete with me? 800 million. I'll bid 800 million for the ancient mystic sky sect's secret manual. If you have the money, keep bidding. Shen Ziqing stood up and sneered. Lin Feng was still calm. 810 million. You... Shen Ziqing was so angry that his face turned ashen. He sat down on the bench. Although he was the son of the Sky Dragon Chamber of Commerce's president, he could only transfer 800 million gold coins at most. He couldn't transfer more money. Many people were moved. They didn't expect Lin Feng to have so much money to suppress the Sky Dragon Chamber of Commerce's young master. Shen Ziqing's face was as ugly as it could be. He had never lost in a battle of wealth, but today, in front of so many people, he lost to Lin Feng. Thinking of the words he said to Lin Feng, it was like slapping himself in the face. 810 million gold coins scared you away? I thought you had a lot of gold coins, but it turns out you're just a pauper who blindly talks. Lin Feng curled his lips. What did you say? Shen Ziqing gnashed his teeth and roared. His face was distorted. He was the only one who called others a pauper, but today he was ridiculed as a pauper. How could Shen Ziqing accept this? Many people laughed when they saw Lin Feng mocking Shen Ziqing. Many people were disgusted by Shen Ziqing's arrogant attitude. Now that they saw Shen Ziqing's distorted face, they felt relieved. Chapter 253. Brat, do you know who I am? Shen Ziqing glared at Lin Feng. I do. Lin Feng nodded. You know who I am, yet you still dare to offend me? Are you tired of living? Shen Ziqing looked at Lin Feng coldly, as if he wanted to see fear on Lin Feng's face. But he was disappointed. Lin Feng sneered disdainfully. You're just a pauper. Why wouldn't I dare offend you? Lin Feng curled his lips. How dare you humiliate me? I'll kill you. Shen Ziqing was flustered and exasperated, and he wanted to pounce on Lin Feng. Many people smiled as they looked at Shen Ziqing, who looked like a nouveau riche. They were all gloating over his misfortune. Even some important people were watching. Many important people looked at Lin Feng and thought, who is this young man? He's so young, has such an extraordinary aura, and is shockingly wealthy. He also spent a lot of money to buy the Black Sky Sect's secret manual. Could he be a spiritual array master? While many important people were guessing Lin Feng's identity, Shen Ziqing quickly walked towards Lin Feng, as if he was really going to attack him. Lin Feng sat in his seat with a cold smile. He didn't even bother to look at Shen Ziqing. This was an auction house, and behind it was the ancient Jiang family. In ancient times, the Copper Sparrow Pavilion was the Jiang family, and Shen Ziqing dared to cause trouble in an auction house? Wasn't he just courting death? Even if the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce or the ancient Jiang family wanted to destroy it, it would be as easy as moving a finger. Impudent! Where do you think you are? How dare you be so disrespectful? Zhuge Zheng's face darkened as he shouted coldly. At that moment, Shen Ziqing recovered from his rage. When he thought about the auction house's background, he trembled in fear and quickly said, I was too angry. Please don't blame me. Get out, Zhuge Zheng said coldly. Shen Ziqing looked at Lin Feng with hatred, but he didn't dare stay any longer and quickly left the auction house. This was just a small interlude. The auction continued. Lin Feng did not wait for the auction to end before leaving. He met with President Dong Fanggu in the VIP room. In this auction, little friend Lin should have earned 624 billion gold coins. After deducting the 810 million gold coins you spent on the ancient profound Sky Sect's secret manual, you still have 814 million gold coins left. All of it is in your crystal card. Dong Fanggu handed a crystal card to Lin Feng. Lin Feng put it away and said, Thank you. Ha! Let's work well together. Dong Fanggu waved his hand, and a maidservant brought over the ancient Black Heaven Sect's secret manual. Dong Fanggu said, This is a secret manual of the ancient Black Heaven Sect. Please keep it well. Lin Feng took the Xian Tian Sect's secret scriptures and was pleasantly surprised. With the Xian Tian Sect's secret scriptures, he now had all the basic deployment spells he needed to become a Xian-level spiritual deployment master. Once he became a profound rank formation master, he would then look for the formations and formation techniques he needed to become an Earth rank formation master. But at the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about formations until he became a profound rank formation master. Lin Feng put away the Xian Tian Sect scriptures and said, Then I'm off. Wait, Dong Fanggu suddenly said. Senior, is there something else? Lin Feng asked. I have a friend who would like to meet you. Dong Fanggu said. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Dong Fanggu seemed to notice Lin Feng's displeasure and said, It's the friend who spent 2 billion gold coins to buy 4 bottles of body-tempering liquid. Lin Feng said, Is it Gentleman City's city lord, Han Zihua? That's right. Would you like to meet him? Dong Fanggu asked. Please ask Senior Han Zihua to come out. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Ha ha, Lin Feng, I'm here. A hearty laugh sounded out as Han Zihua walked out from the hall. Junior greets Senior Han Zihua. Facing Han Zihua, the city lord of Gentleman City, Lin Feng didn't dare to be arrogant and cupped his fists. Young friend, there's no need to be so polite. Han Zihua supported Lin Feng with his hand. Lin Feng said, Of course. He didn't say anything else and waited for Han Zihua to speak. When Han Zihua saw that Lin Feng didn't ask why he wanted to meet him, he couldn't help but think that he was quite calm. Han Zihua took the initiative to speak. Young friend, I have a request to make today. I hope you can agree. If this junior has the ability, he definitely won't refuse. Lin Feng said. If it were anyone else, they would have been so excited that they wanted to fly into the sky if they heard that an important person like Gentleman City's city lord had a request. Their future would be limitless. However, Lin Feng was quite indifferent. Firstly, Han Zihua's Gentleman City had nothing to do with Lin Feng's true martial empire. True martial empire was under the protection of Sun Moon City. So, as a citizen of true martial empire, he naturally couldn't get too close to Han Zihua. Secondly, what Han Zihua wanted was naturally something extraordinary. Lin Feng wanted to hear what it was about. Han Zihua said, "Young friend, you must have a powerful alchemist behind you, right?" When Han Zihua asked this question, Dongfang Gu was also listening. Evidently, he had always suspected that Lin Feng had a powerful alchemist behind him. Lin Feng had already thought about this. Since these people thought so, it was even better. He could hide the fact that he had refined the body-tempering liquid. He nodded and said, "Indeed." Dongfang Gu nodded and thought to himself, "It's just as I guessed." Han Zihua, on the other hand, was overjoyed. "Young friend, can you introduce me to that alchemist?" It seemed that Han Zihua had a request for that alchemist. However, the alchemist behind Lin Feng was the Fire Qilin. Now that the Fire Qilin's godly power had been devoured by the demonic orb, it couldn't refine any high-grade spirit medicines. Moreover, the Fire Qilin's identity couldn't be exposed. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't agree. He said, "It's like this. My master lives in seclusion all year round, and he doesn't meet anyone apart from me. Young friend, please help me put in a good word for him. If this matter can be completed, I'm willing to give you an ancient divine ability," Han Zihua said. Han Zihua said, "An ancient divine ability was a supreme secret technique comparable to the Qiongqi treasure technique. Once successfully cultivated, one could capture the sun and moon and move mountains and rivers. Its power was boundless, and it was something that only ancient powers possessed." Lin Feng was somewhat tempted. He asked, "I don't know if it can be done, but what is it?" "I want to ask that senior to refine a life-prolonging pill." Han Zihua looked sad. He told Lin Feng about Ruoxin, perhaps trying to move Lin Feng. "Please wait for a day. I'll bring you the news tomorrow." Lin Feng said, "Thank you, young friend." Han Zihua cupped his fists and said gratefully. He then took out a scroll and handed it to Lin Feng. "What's this?" Seeing the scroll in Han Zihua's hand, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. "This is an ancient scroll. It contains a supreme divine ability from the ancient era. Thank you for your help, young friend. I'll give this divine ability to you," Han Zihua said. Chapter 254. "Senior, please put this scroll away. Before the matter is settled, this junior dares not accept it." Lin Feng said. Han Zihua said, "Don't feel burdened. We are fated, and this scroll is also fated to be with you." Lin Feng said, "Since it's fated, it will be mine sooner or later. There's no need to rush. This junior will take his leave." Lin Feng cupped his fists and left. Han Zihua looked at the scroll in his hand, a contemplative look on his face. "How do you feel?" Zhuge Zheng asked with a smile. He's able to remain so calm in the face of an ancient scroll, truly shocking. Is this kid really 16 or 17 years old? Han Zihua muttered to himself. Seems like he's already 17. What a great youth, a great age. Zhuge Zheng sighed, reminiscing about when he was at this age. Unfortunately, his youth had long passed. Han Zihua said, "This kid will definitely become someone great in the future. Unfortunately, he's a student of the Azure Dragon Institute under Sun Moon City. Our Gentleman City has no fate with him." "That's natural. That guy overseeing the Azure Dragon Institute has been secretly observing that kid," Zhuge Zheng said. Are you talking about that Ouyang Xintian guy? That guy has suffered. He was the Sun Moon City's Star of Hope, but he failed in the competition for the Sun Moon City's Castellan position. And now he's been sent to this small place to hold the position of Institute Principal. Han Zihua said, being able to keep his life is already not bad. Zhuge Zheng said indifferently. He had always been in the Jiang family, one of the top families, and had seen too many of these life and death struggles for power. On the way back, Lin Feng was thinking about Han Zihua's request. Even if it wasn't for the scroll in Han Zihua's hand, Lin Feng still wanted to help Han Zihua. It was obvious that Han Zihua was deeply in love. As for Han Zihua's lover, that girl named Ruoshi, Lin Feng admired her. For the person she loved, she was willing to sacrifice her life. The most beautiful thing in the world was love, and this kind of love should not end in tragedy. Brat, stop! While Lin Feng was thinking about Han Zihua, he heard a sneer from behind, which woke Lin Feng up. Lin Feng turned his head and saw that it was Shen Ziqing and the others who had competed with him for the ancient Black Heaven Sect's secret manual at the auction house. Jin Wuzhong, who had a conflict with him before, was also in this group. Jin Wuzhong was an arrogant and despotic fellow running amok in the imperial capital without a care in the world. He was a typical second-generation young master. Shen Ziqing and the others were obviously jackals of the same tribe as Jin Wuzhong. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What's the matter? Brat, you dare to humiliate me at the auction? Do you think this matter will end just like that?" Shen Ziqing glared at Lin Feng. TSK, what's wrong? Do you want to take revenge on me? You're the idiot who doesn't know what you're worth and came here to show off. You're really blind. Lin Feng curled his lips disdainfully. He naturally wasn't afraid of these people. They were just a bunch of second-generation young masters. Brat, you're trying to kill me. Shen Ziqing's face twisted. No one had ever dared to humiliate him like this. Scram, or don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Feng said coldly. Fuck, Brat, who do you think you are? Let's teach this brat a lesson. Let him know whose territory this is, shouted the other young men coldly. They were looking at Lin Feng in an evil way. Jin Wuzhong's father was a commander of the city guards, and his sister was a princess. Obviously, these people with Jin Wuzhong weren't simple people. They were clearly the sons of nobles in the imperial capital. In their world, they were the ones who bullied others. They would never swallow their anger. Go, teach this brat a lesson. I want to break his legs. Shen Ziqing shouted coldly. Don't worry, leave it to us. There were 5 or 6 guards next to Shen Ziqing. They all jumped up and rushed towards Lin Feng. Little brat, you dare offend our young master? You must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. When the guards finished talking, they laughed evilly and threw themselves at Lin Feng. Isn't that Jin Wuzhong, Shen Ziqing, and the others? They're all young masters in the imperial capital. Who is that young man? He surprisingly got into a fight with them. This is going to be troublesome. He's going to be beaten half to death. The onlookers were pointing and looking at Lin Feng with pity. Shen Ziqing, Jin Wuzhong, and the others were smiling coldly at Lin Feng. They didn't think that Lin Feng could withstand the attacks of 5 or 6 guards. Even though the guards weren't particularly strong, they were still cultivators of the 5th celestial layer. Lin Feng looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old. How strong could he be? You're just a motley crew. How dare you be so fierce? Lin Feng's eyes turned cold as he stepped forward. Asterisk slap, slap, slap. Asterisk following that, the sound of slapping could be heard. Miserable cries rang out as figures flew out one after another. Shen Ziqing's guards were all sent flying by Lin Feng's slaps. They fell to the ground. their faces almost disfigured by Lin Feng's slaps. They hugged their heads and screamed in pain. That young man is so strong. Many people were shocked. Jin Wuzhong said, that little brat is quite strong. Even I suffered a great loss at his hands. Jin Wuzhong was at the 7th celestial layer. Hearing Jin Wuzhong's words, Shun Ziqing said, that little brat is at least at the 8th or 9th celestial layer. Let's attack together and cripple that little brat. All right, let's attack together and cripple that little brat. Let's show him the consequences of offending us. The other young masters all had hideous smiles on their faces. Asterisk boom, boom. Asterisk as soon as they finished speaking, Shun Ziqing and the others quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. They were all at the 7th or 8th celestial layer of the martial master realm. They weren't weak, but compared to Lin Feng, there was still a huge gap. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. He stepped forward and punched 5 times in a row. Bang, bang, bang. 5 dull sounds of impact could be heard. Crack, crack. Then, the sound of bones cracking could be heard one after another. 5 figures were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. They all fell to the ground. Ah, my arm! Shun Ziqing, Jin Wuzhong, and the others hugged their arms. Lin Feng had broken their arms when Lin Feng had punched them. Many people looked at Lin Feng in shock. No one had expected Lin Feng to be so strong. He could cripple a person with a single punch. Shun Ziqing and the others weren't weak either. The 7th or 8th celestial layer of the martial master realm was already considered quite strong. I'm not someone you can provoke. If there's a next time, I won't just break your arms, I'll break your necks. Lin Feng coldly looked at Shun Ziqing, Jin Wuzhong, and the others. At this moment, these people were looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of fear, afraid that Lin Feng would kill them. Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to these people. He turned and walked in the direction of the Azure Dragon Institute. The surrounding people quickly opened a path for Lin Feng. Lin Feng's figure soon disappeared into the night. Chapter 255. You're back. How did you get? The fire Qilin asked when it saw Lin Feng return. I really struck it rich this time. 10 bottles of body-tempering liquid were sold for 32 billion. Lin Feng said. The fire Qilin said, it's about the same price as I expected. The body-tempering liquid concocted from an ancient divine alchemy recipe is worth that price. Lin Feng thought about Han Zihua and said, someone wants to ask you for help. Ask me for help? The fire Qilin was surprised. Who is it? What's the matter? It's Gentleman City's city lord, Han Zihua. Lin Feng then told the fire Qilin about Han Zihua's request and the story between Han Zihua and Ruoshi. He also told the fire Qilin that Han Zihua would give him an ancient divine ability as a reward. Lin Feng trusted the fire Qilin 100%, so he didn't hide anything from it. Han Zihua is quite generous. That woman called Ruoshi managed to survive for 100 years, but her body started to deteriorate during that time. The most terrifying thing was that her soul was dying. Ordinary life, continuing pills can protect the body, but they can't protect the soul. The fire Qilin said calmly. Lin Feng said, it seems like you've thought of a way. Since that's the case, help Han Zihua. I'm not related to Han Zihua. Why should I help him? The fire Qilin rolled its eyes. Han Zihua is Gentleman City's city lord. He must have a lot of treasures. You can ask him for a reward. It's a win-win situation. Lin Feng said, that's a good suggestion. The fire Qilin paced around the room and said, life-continuing pills aren't difficult to concoct. They're just earth-tier pills. Lin Feng was speechless. Earth-tier pills weren't difficult to concoct. Earth-tier alchemists had a high status in the East Province. Even ancient powers would treat them as guests of honor. The Fire Qilin continued to boast. In the past, I could have concocted them in seconds, but now I don't have any godly power. I wanna, but I can't. Lin Feng was speechless. You've said so much, but you still don't have a solution. I can't concoct it, but you can. I have a mysterious sky protecting spirit pill here. It can protect your soul for 5 years. Give it to Han Zihua. If you can become an Earth-tier alchemist within 5 years, I'll give you the recipe for the immemorial life continuing pill. If you can't become an Earth-tier alchemist, even the gods won't be able to save that woman. Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng said, if you can't refine it, you can give the immemorial life continuing pill's formula to another alchemist and give it to Han Zihua. The Fire Qilin sneered and said, if I really did that, would you believe me? The two of us will soon turn into 2 cold corpses, now that I've lost my godly power. Do you think we'll be able to protect the divine alchemist's inheritance if it's exposed? Lin Feng thought for a moment. Indeed, as the Fire Qilin had said, he had thought of the problem too simply. Said Lin Feng. I underestimated the problem, said Lin Feng. The Fire Qilin said, you're still young, so it's normal that you can't think of many things. Give this pill to Han Zihua tomorrow. The Fire Qilin took out a porcelain bottle and gave it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the bottle and found a pill inside. It was the mysterious sky-protecting spirit pill that the Fire Qilin had mentioned. Lin Feng put the pill away. What did you buy with so many gold coins at the auction? The Fire Qilin asked. The mysterious sky sect's secret manual. Lin Feng smiled and took out the manual. I've heard of this sect before. Although it's not the best spiritual array inheritance, it's still passable. A spiritual array inheritance is like an alchemist's inheritance. It's too difficult to obtain such an inheritance. The Fire Qilin said, treasuring one's own belongings. This was the law of survival in the world of cultivators, because inheritances were too important to a force. These inheritances could only be in the hands of their own people and could not be spread out. Once it was spread out, it would be a huge blow to their own force. Lin Feng did not sleep that night. He began to look through the contents recorded in the mysterious sky sect's secret manual. These contents included a complete set of spiritual array cultivation techniques, from basic arrays to various kinds of spiritual array techniques. The records were very detailed. Lin Feng began to practice the basic arrays recorded in the manual. Many people preferred spiritual array techniques because they were offensive. For example, the entanglement technique could entangle the opponent's body, and the fireball technique could release fireballs to attack the opponent. However, Lin Feng liked basic arrays the most. Although there was no way to use basic arrays in the process of battle, there were many times when they could play an unimaginable role. First of all, basic arrays were the foundation of a spirit array master. Second, during the Battle of Fallen Moon City, Lin Feng had set up 3 basic arrays. Not only did they delay the 400,000-strong army of the Orc Empire for a day and a night, but they also killed tens of thousands of Orc soldiers. From this, one could see the power of basic arrays. The next day, Lin Feng came to the auction house again. After seeing Lin Feng, Han Zihua's expression was full of nervousness. Lin Feng could understand his current mood. Lin Feng said, I'm really sorry. My master had an urgent matter to attend to and left, so I can't help you. Han Zihua sighed, and a look of despair appeared on his face. Lin Feng continued, Senior, don't be too sad. Before my master left, he gave me a mysterious sky protection pill that can protect my primordial spirit for 5 years. As Lin Feng spoke, he took out the mysterious sky protection pill and gave it to Han Zihua. Han Zihua felt as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw, and he said gratefully, "Zihua will definitely repay your kindness." Lin Feng said, "I didn't actually help much. I hope that you can find the pill to extend my wife's life during these 5 years." Han Zihua sighed. "I've been looking for it for decades, but I haven't been able to find it." He looked at Lin Feng and grabbed Lin Feng's hand. "Young friend, you must be an alchemist as well, right?" Lin Feng nodded. Han Zihua's eyes lit up, and he said, "Please help me. As long as you help me, no matter what happens in the future, I'm willing to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of flames. I won't hesitate." Lin Feng said, "I can't help you right now. My level isn't high enough to refine a spirit pill of that level. 5 years. You still have 5 years. I believe that with your talent, you'll definitely be able to refine it within 5 years." Han Zihua said excitedly. Lin Feng said, "All right, if I can reach that level within 5 years, I'll definitely go to Gentleman's City." "Thank you for your kindness, little friend. Here are 3 ancient scrolls, each containing an ancient secret technique. Thank you for the heavenly protection divine pill." Han Zihua said, "I didn't help much. I'll leave these things with you, senior. When I truly succeed in extending your wife's life, I'll take them back," said Lin Feng, smiling. Immediately after, he left, rejecting 2 of your ancient secret techniques. That kid's mind is too strong. Even I would be tempted by 3 ancient secret technique scrolls, let alone a youth like him. Zhuge Zheng walked out and said emotionally. There was also some disbelief in his voice. He couldn't understand how a youth like Lin Feng could have such great willpower. How could he reject 3 ancient secret techniques? Said Han Zihua. "Indeed, it's the first time I've seen someone of the same age as him. I'm convinced that in 5 years, Lin Feng will become much stronger than I expected," said Han Zihua. Chapter 256. After the incident with Han Zihua, Lin Feng once again entered a state of cultivation. Every day, other than tempering his cultivation, he would also learn alchemy from the fire Qilin and study spiritual arrays. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to do 3 things at once, but Lin Feng's soul force had already reached the yin-yang realm. Not to mention 3 things at once. Even 10 things at once would not be a problem. Lin Feng frequently went to the lightning cavern to temper his body. After 2 months of bitter cultivation, his physical body had become stronger. Ordinary arrows that hit his body were like hitting an iron wall, unable to break through Lin Feng's defense. This made Lin Feng exceptionally excited. The immemorial dragonesque elephant art was indeed powerful, tempering his physical body to surpass the fiend god realm. In half a year's time, the Azure Dragon Institute would be holding the Mountain River List ranking competition. During this time, there were many people talking about it, and Lin Feng naturally became the focus of the discussion. Although he was a new student, the strength he displayed was shocking, and his leadership skills were extraordinary. This made many people curious about Lin Feng's results in the Mountain River List ranking competition half a year later. What would Lin Feng's rank be? But in reality, Lin Feng did not have much interest in the Mountain River List ranking competition. It was just a title. Even if he was ranked first, what was the use? Outside the Lightning Cavern, "Junior brother Lin, you're here to cultivate again," Wang Yin said with a smile. And Lin Feng nodded and entered the Lightning Cavern. More than a dozen disciples passed by and asked curiously, "Who's that kid? He looks younger than us. Why are those senior brothers guarding the Lightning Cavern so respectful to him?" *CK. You don't even know Lin Feng? How did he mix in? Immediately, some of the disciples rolled their eyes. "Ah, that young man just now was Lin Feng?" first year's new student, Lin Feng? That disciple exclaimed in shock. Is there a second Lin Feng in our Azure Dragon Institute? Someone curled his lips. Wah, that junior brother Lin is not bad looking. The girls looked like they were infatuated. What's the use of being good looking? Immediately, a male student questioned, but he didn't know what to say. He wanted to say, what's the use of being good looking? His cultivation was not good enough, but now he realized that saying those words was like slapping his own face. He could only smile awkwardly, causing a group of people to look at him with contempt. Lin Feng walked all the way into the lightning cavern, allowing the lightning energy to strike his body. Lin Feng's body was densely covered by the lightning energy. The lightning energy contained a powerful destructive force, but it was unable to harm Lin Feng in the slightest. Now, Lin Feng could already enter the 200-meter radius of the lightning cave without being injured. Lin Feng continued to venture deeper into the lightning cavern. He reached a range of 230 meters, and the dense lightning energy bombarded Lin Feng's body, directly tearing his skin and flesh apart. He used the ancient dragonesque elephant incantation to heal his injured body. At the same time, Lin Feng used his devouring spirit to absorb the lightning energy. Lin Feng absorbed the lightning energy into his body, then refined it and turned it into his own strength. If someone saw that, they would be scared to death. When other people tempered their bodies in the lightning cavern, they would only use the lightning energy to destroy their bodies, then wait for their bodies to recover. That way, their bodies would become stronger. But Lin Feng wasn't like that. Now, Lin Feng directly absorbed the lightning energy, then refined it and poured it into every part of his body. Even the softest parts of his body, such as his heart, were being tempered by the lightning energy. Of course, the heart and other parts of his body were too weak, so Lin Feng controlled his strength, and the lightning energy didn't become violent. Instead, he tempered them step by step. First, temper the body, then temper the organs. It's said that the ancient dragonesque elephant's heart can't be damaged even by an ancient holy royal weapon. You can see how strong the ancient dragonesque elephant's body is. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Why was the ancient dragonesque elephant so strong? The reason was that the body was almost indestructible, and the weakest part of the body was the ancient dragonesque elephant's heart. However, the ancient holy royal weapon couldn't damage the ancient dragonesque elephant's heart. Just this point alone showed how terrifying the primordial dragonesque elephant was. And in the legends, the ancient dragonesque elephant was an ancient existence that was born in the chaos. It was an ancient existence that predated the dragon clan, phoenix, Qilin, and other divine beasts. It was even said that the birth of the dragon clan was closely related to the ancient dragonesque elephant. The ancient dragonesque elephant separated its blood to create all living things, and the most powerful blood was separated and turned into a giant dragon. Of course, it was very difficult to reach the ancient dragonesque elephant's realm, but Lin Feng persevered. He believed that in the future, he would definitely reach the peak. Lin Feng didn't know how long he had been cultivating in the Thunder Cavern, but he had gone from 200 meters to 300 meters. He already felt a deep sense of exhaustion. Lin Feng decided to leave. Suddenly, at that moment, Lin Feng looked at the deepest part of the Thunder Cavern. There was a terrifying fluctuation. It seems like I've reached the deepest part of the Thunder Cavern. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the deepest part of the Thunder Cavern. He had a feeling that the Thunder Cavern was hiding some secrets. Lin Feng didn't leave. Instead, he walked towards the deepest part of the Thunder Cavern. Lin Feng's body was covered in blood, but Lin Feng gritted his teeth and walked towards the deepest part of the Thunder Cavern with difficulty. Finally, he saw a gigantic mountain in front of him. That mountain seemed to be the center of the Thunder Mountain. In the middle of the mountain, there was a purple thunderbolt, which seemed to distort space and time. It was terrifying. Lin Feng was astonished. He saw that there was a thunderbolt talisman in the middle of the purple thunderbolt, the secret of the Thunder Cavern. Lin Feng was astonished. The Thunder Cavern really contained a huge secret. Lin Feng released his golden wings and rose up in the air towards the purple thunderbolts. Boom! The purple thunderbolts seemed to have sensed Lin Feng's qi and released a destructive thunderbolt towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body exploded. He looked miserable. Lin Feng's face was extremely pale. He could feel how terrifying the purple thunderbolt was, but he didn't want to give up. He circulated the ancient dragonesque elephant incantation, and the strength of the ancient dragonesque elephant enveloped his body. The purple thunderbolt attacked Lin Feng again, but this time, even though Lin Feng's body was severely injured, it was much lighter than before. He quickly rushed over and grabbed the mysterious talisman in the purple thunderbolt. The Thunder God is immortal and indestructible. Suddenly, a deep and ancient voice came out of the Thunder Cavern. Lin Feng felt the world spin. In the next moment, he arrived in an ancient world. This world was above the 9 heavens and was shrouded in endless thunderbolts. The thunderbolt power covered the sky and covered the sun. It extended for tens of millions of kilometers. Space and time were distorted by the thunderbolt power. Under the endless thunderbolt world, a tall and sturdy man stood. His body was filled with explosive power, like an immortal god of war. Chapter 257. Lin Feng looked at the man standing in the sky in shock. He was like a god, shocking Lin Feng and the others. No, to be more precise, he was more like a god of thunder. Endless lightning surrounded him, but it couldn't hurt him at all. With a casual move, lightning filled the sky. With a wave of his right hand, millions of lightning bolts shot forward. He could control the most terrifying lightning power. Thunder God, is he really the legendary Thunder God? Lin Feng exclaimed in shock. According to the mountain and sea scripture, the primordial gods were conferred the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. There was a primordial thunder god who mastered the primordial way of lightning and was in charge of the Order of Lightning. The thunder god was a righteous god of the primordial era, a god conferred by the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. He wasn't someone those false gods and evil gods could compare to. Among the primordial gods, the thunder god was definitely one of the strongest. That was because the primordial gods all had different abilities. For example, the primordial alchemy gods' achievements in alchemy were unparalleled. However, in terms of combat strength, the primordial alchemy god's combat strength was clearly not strong. As for the thunder god, he mastered the way of lightning and was known for his powerful combat strength. In the primordial era, he swept through the heavens and was almost invincible among his peers. He was also known as the existence closest to the dragonesque mammoths in the latter era. Now, the thunder god had appeared in front of him. It was unbelievable. Is this lightning cavern related to the thunder god? Is that lightning jade talisman related to the thunder god? Lin Feng couldn't help but guess. At that moment, the thunder god moved. As soon as the thunder god moved, the entire sea of lightning went berserk. The boundless power of lightning poured down and enveloped the god of thunder. The thunder god raised his right hand and made a special gesture. As he raised his right hand, the lightning in the sky rumbled. What's this? A secret art? Lin Feng was shocked. He could naturally see that the thunder god's actions had caused the lightning in the heavens to change. The thunder god made a dozen gestures in succession. Every movement was extremely slow, as if he was demonstrating to Lin Feng. He repeated his actions over and over again, never stopping. Lin Feng imitated Thunder God's movements over and over again. He naturally knew that this was definitely an opportunity for him. Lin Feng did not know how many times he had imitated it. Perhaps 10,000 times. Perhaps 100,000 times. Perhaps even more. Lin Feng's movements were becoming more and more similar to Thunder God's. Boom. Finally, when Lin Feng performed these dozens of movements, he also attracted the lightning. That powerful lightning energy lingered around Lin Feng. "Ha ha, I succeeded," said Lin Feng, laughing loudly. Perhaps it was because extreme joy begets sorrow. The surrounding lightning power directly exploded. Bang! In the belly of the mountain, Lin Feng was sent flying by the explosive power of the lightning. He fell to the ground in a sorry state. However, this attack brought Lin Feng back to reality. He still held the mysterious jade talisman tightly in his hand. Lin Feng endured the pain and quickly left the lightning cave. "Junior brother Lin, you're out." Wang Yun saw Lin Feng come out and greeted Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and quickly left. He returned to his residence, took a hot bath, and changed into a clean set of clothes. Then, Lin Feng went to look for the fire Qilin. This guy had snuck back from God knows where. It ate until its mouth was bleeding and its stomach was bulging. "Wow, you look so radiant. Did you have a fortuitous encounter?" The fire Qilin curled its lips and lay down on the ground, comfortably crying out. Lin Feng said, "I really did have a fortuitous encounter. Look at this jade talisman." Lin Feng took out the jade talisman he had obtained from the lightning cave and handed it to the fire Qilin. The talisman was purple and it had the same color as purple lightning. The fire Qilin had only mentioned it casually. It never expected that Lin Feng would actually have a fortuitous encounter. It jumped up and grabbed the talisman with its claws. "Is there anything strange about this talisman? Send your divine sense into it," Lin Feng said. The fire Qilin nodded and sent its divine sense into the talisman. After a quarter of an hour, the fire Qilin's spiritual sense retreated. He sucked in a breath of cold air. "Isn't this the supreme inheritance of the ancient Thunder God? Thunder Gods / That's right, it must be Thunder Gods / Lin Feng was delighted. If it really was the Thunder God's inheritance, then it was too heaven-defying. Before Lin Feng could recover from his excitement, the fire Qilin added, "Unfortunately, it's not the real Thunder Gods / Lin Feng's expression changed when he heard the fire Qilin's words. "Why do you say that it's not the real Thunder Gods / The fire Qilin explained, "Rumor has it that the Thunder Gods / is divided into 3 parts. The first part is called the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art, which is equivalent to the Thunder Gods /'s starting stance. The second part is called the Sky Severing Lightning Art, and the third part is called the Sky Destroying Lightning Art. The second and third parts are the core of the Thunder God's inheritance, and they are also the strongest attacks. The part you obtain should belong to the first part, the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art. The power of this part can't even unleash 1,000th of the Thunder God's /'s power." Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Doesn't that mean that the Sky Bomb Thunder skill I obtained is a piece of trash? I was happy for nothing." The fire Qilin rolled its eyes. "Did I say that the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art is useless? Didn't you just say?" Lin Feng pursed his lips, but he didn't continue. The fire Qilin had indeed not said that the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art was useless. In the past, the 9 great sage emperors challenged the archaic dragonesque elephant, but they were all defeated by it. The 9 great sage emperors were existences that stood at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. They had endless lifespans and were so powerful that it was suffocating. However, Even if they joined forces, they still weren't a match for the immemorial dragonesque elephant. 1,000,000 years later, the immemorial thunder god appeared and used his self-created thunder god Slash to battle the immemorial dragonesque elephant. Although he was defeated, the immemorial dragonesque elephant wasn't able to kill the thunder god. The thunder god swaggered away. This battle proved the lofty status of the immemorial thunder god in the immemorial era. Did you think that the immemorial thunder god was the expert closest to the immemorial dragonesque elephant? Of course not. It's because the thunder god was truly powerful. The Sky Tyrant Lightning Art can only unleash 1,000th of the thunder god's Slash's power because the complete version is too powerful. The thunder god used it to challenge the archaic dragonesque elephant. The Fire Qilin explained. Lin Feng asked, "How does the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art compare to an ancient ability?" The Fire Qilin snorted disdainfully. An ancient ability doesn't even have the qualifications to carry the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art's shoes. Lin Feng said, "I really don't know if I'll be able to gather the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art, Sky Severing Lightning Art, and Sky Destroying Lightning Art in the future. That way, the Thunder God's inheritance will reappear in the world. If you can really gather them, then it'll be too terrifying. At that time, not only will you have the archaic dragonesque elephant's supreme inheritance, but you'll also have the Thunder God's inheritance. You'll definitely be able to turn the universe upside down." The Fire Qilin said faintly. Chapter 258. Inside the room, Lin Feng was fully focused on refining more than 30 types of spirit herbs into medicinal liquid. He then began to separate these medicinal liquids into different combinations. He didn't dare to relax at all because alchemy itself was something that required extreme caution. The slightest deviation could cause unimaginable consequences. Exploding pills and cauldrons were very common. If it was more serious, it could cause a backlash to the soul. That would be terrible under Lin Feng's control. The various medicinal liquids fused together to form an embryonic pill. Lin Feng wrapped the embryonic pill with heavenly fire and carefully refined it. This pill was called the Berserk pill. It was a yellow, low, and peak-grade pill. After taking it, one's body would go berserk. The so-called berserk state meant that one's body would rapidly expand, and one's strength would increase crazily. Lin Feng had been studying medicine with the Fire Unicorn for half a year, and he was progressing very quickly. Today, he wanted to concoct pills to break through to the top of the Huang, and Huang layer. For Lin Feng, that wasn't difficult. Concocting pills was mainly related to soul strength and fire. Lin Feng's soul strength had already broken through to the yin and yang layer, and his fire was the most precious fire. Therefore, for Lin Feng, breaking through to the next layer was extremely difficult. In half a year, Lin Feng had already broken through to the next layer. If he could concoct pills of the Huang layer, 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 Huang breaking through 4 levels in half a year. if this news were to spread. Who knew what kind of uproar it would cause? But this was Lin Feng's ability. What was a genius? No genius would dare to call themselves a genius in front of Lin Feng. 2 hours later, a shocking energy fluctuation came from the cauldron. The originally uneven embryonic pill was polished into a round pill by Lin Feng, and a rich medicinal fragrance floated in the air. Success! Lin Feng smiled. The fire Qilin nodded in satisfaction and said, "The speed of breaking through to the golden class is faster than I thought." Lin Feng said, "Actually, I feel that whether it's spirit arrays or alchemy, there are similarities." Oh! The fire Qilin looked at Lin Feng in surprise. "It's all about the use of the soul and concentration," Lin Feng said. "You sure know how to summarize things." The fire Qilin nodded slightly. Obviously, it agreed with the experience that Lin Feng had summarized. "Senior Lin, are you there?" At this moment, an anxious voice came from outside. "Who are you? Making a ruckus here?" Zhang Pingfan's voice was heard. Several disciples looked at Zhang Pingfan with some fear. They were all new students, but they were the most ordinary new students. And this was the Genius Camp. In the eyes of ordinary students, the Genius Camp students were lofty characters, unreachable characters. Therefore, they were filled with apprehension when they came here. Lin Feng was the most dazzling existence in the Azure Dragon Institute, and they didn't know what kind of person Lin Feng was. Now that he suddenly came looking for them, it was very abrupt. In their hearts, they were uneasy, afraid that they would attract some trouble. Under normal circumstances, ordinary students weren't allowed to casually come to the Genius Camp. If they were discovered, they would be severely punished. However, thinking of the words that Su Zimo had told them before he was taken away, in order to save Su Zimo, they gathered their courage and came to the Genius Camp to look for Lin Feng. "We are Su Zimo's classmates. Something happened to Su Zimo, and Su Zimo said that he is Senior Lin's good brother. So he told us to come find Senior Lin," a dark, skinny student said in a low voice. He didn't know if what Su Zimo said was true or not. In their eyes, Lin Feng was a lofty character in the Azure Dragon Institute, destined to be one of the top 10 on the Mountain River list, whereas Su Zimo was a very ordinary person, as ordinary as them. Therefore, when Su Zimo said that he and Lin Feng were good brothers, these people didn't dare to believe it. However, they had no other choice but to brace themselves and come find Lin Feng. "Zimo told you to come find me? Did something happen to Zimo?" Just as the few of them were feeling uneasy, a voice came from the courtyard. The few disciples looked over and saw that the person who came was Lin Feng. "Senior Lin." The few disciples quickly saluted Lin Feng. "No need to be so polite. Are you Su Zimo's classmates?" Lin Feng asked. The dark, skinny student answered, "That's right, we are Su Zimo's classmates, as well as his roommates. Something happened to Su Zimo." "What happened?" Lin Feng asked anxiously. He and Su Zimo had known each other since they were in the Jialan Institute, and their friendship was very deep. However, Su Zimo's talent was limited. Although he had joined the Azure Dragon Institute, he was only in the outer courtyard. Another student said, "Su Zimo was taken away by the Blood Dragon Gang's Yan Wudao." "Blood Dragon Gang? Yan Wudao? What's going on?" Lin Feng's face sank. Zimo's sister came to the academy to see Su Zimo and was seen by Yan Wudao and the others. Zimo's sister is very beautiful, and Yan Wudao relied on his status as a member of the Blood Dragon Gang to be extremely arrogant. He openly flirted with Zimo's sister. Not only did he say a lot of obscene words, he even touched Zimo's sister. Zimo tried to stop Yan Wudao and fought with him. However, Yan Wudao was a member of the Blood Dragon Gang. He led a group of people from the Blood Dragon Gang into Zimo's dormitory and beat him up violently. He even took Zimo away and said that he would teach Zimo a lesson. We asked around and found out that most of the people who were taken away by the Blood Dragon Gang were crippled. Senior Brother Lin, Zimo asked us to look for you. Please go and save Zimo, a blue-robed youth said with a long face. Lin Feng was furious when he heard this. Lin Feng naturally knew Su Zimo's younger sister, Su Zirua. She was 15 years old this year and had been a beauty since she was a child. Where's Su Zirua? Lin Feng asked. Zimo hid her in the dormitory next door, so she wasn't taken away. The tanned, skinny boy said. Ping Fan, bring Zirua to me. Lin Feng said through gritted teeth. Don't worry, no one will hurt her, Zhang Pingfan said. Lin Feng nodded, then looked at the others and said, Come with me to the Blood Dragon Gang's territory. Senior Lin, come with us. A few of Su Zimo's classmates led the way. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly. His face was full of anger. Blood Dragon Gang, you should pray that you don't hurt Zimo before I get there. Otherwise, Lin Feng, will turn the Blood Dragon Gang into a river of blood. Chapter 259. The Blood Dragon Gang's base was located in the northwest region of the Azure Dragon Institute. There was a large courtyard here where the Blood Dragon Gang members gathered. Not only did the Blood Dragon Gang have many powerful members, but they also had the backing of the 8th Prince and several other princes. This was the reason why they could be so arrogant. The members of the Blood Dragon Gang had already infuriated Lin Feng, teasing a girl from the Azure Dragon Institute and taking revenge after being stopped. Was this the behavior of a student? They were simply ruffians, scoundrels, and scum. Most importantly, the person who was taken away was Lin Feng's good friend, Su Zimo. Other than their members, no one dared to come to the Blood Dragon Gang's base. Senior Brother Lin, that's the Blood Dragon Gang. The skinny student pointed at the courtyard in front of them. From afar, they could see some members of the Blood Dragon Gang walking around the courtyard. At the entrance of the courtyard, there were 2 Blood Dragon Gang members guarding it. Lin Feng calmly walked over. The skinny student and the others followed behind him. If it were just them, they wouldn't have dared to come to the Blood Dragon Gang, but with Lin Feng here, their courage was boosted. Brat, stop! When the 2 disciples of the Blood Dragon Gang saw Lin Feng and the others, they looked arrogant and arrogant. Do you know where this is? How dare you come here? This is the Blood Dragon Gang. Scram as far away as you can before this lord gets angry. The 2 Blood Dragon Gang members looked down at Lin Feng's group with arrogant expressions. As members of the Blood Dragon Gang, they had long cultivated this kind of superior attitude. Lin Feng's group looked like freshmen, so they naturally didn't put them in their eyes. Although Lin Feng's reputation in the Azure Dragon Institute was great, Lin Feng spent most of his time cultivating in the genius camp and rarely went out. Therefore, even in the Azure Dragon Institute, there weren't many people who knew of him. Therefore, it was normal for the Blood Dragon Gang members to not know of Lin Feng. What about the student Yan Wudao brought here? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. Oh, could it be that you're here to save someone? Senior brother Yan Wudao is teaching that blind brat a lesson in the backyard. Get the hell away from me now, or else I'll catch you and give you a good beating too, said a member of the Blood Dragon Gang, arrogantly. Lin Feng's face darkened. Anyone who tries to stop me will die. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the courtyard. The Blood Dragon Society dares to barge in? How reckless! 2 members of the Blood Dragon Gang sneered. Then, they threw punches at Lin Feng from both sides. You're courting death, Lin Feng coldly shouted as he quickly punched out. Boom! 2 powerful punches blasted out and fiercely collided with the 2 members of the Blood Dragon Gang. Bang! Bang! Lin Feng's punches sent the 2 members of the Blood Dragon Gang flying. Their arms were broken by Lin Feng's punch, and they crashed into the Blood Dragon Gang's main gate. The gate was smashed into pieces, and the two fell to the ground. Because their arms were broken, they fainted from the pain. Lin Feng directly jumped into the Blood Dragon Gang's courtyard. Fuck, who dares to barge into the Blood Dragon Gang? Courting death, courting death. Who dares to barge into our Blood Dragon Gang? Seeing the two members of the Blood Dragon Gang being crippled by Lin Feng, many members of the Blood Dragon Gang roared in anger. The Blood Dragon Gang was a lofty existence in the Azure Dragon Institute. Only members of the Blood Dragon Gang could do whatever they wanted in other people's territory, who would dare to behave atrociously in their territory. But today, someone dared to do so. This was no different from plucking a tiger's fur. Go, cripple this brat. More than a dozen members of the Blood Dragon Gang dashed out, each with a sinister smile on their faces as they rushed toward Lin Feng. You're helping the tyrant. Today, I'll wash the Blood Dragon Gang with blood, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He abruptly took a step forwards and disappeared like a shadow. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared in the crowd. Qiongqi treasure technique. Roar. A deafening roar shook the sky, and a Qiongqi beast more than 10 meters tall appeared. The Qiongqi beast bared its fangs and brandished its claws, swinging them out. Bang, 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 bang. The Blood Dragon Gang members were sent flying by the Qiongqi beast, vomiting mouthfuls of blood in midair. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Sounds rang out one after another. The members of the Blood Dragon Gang, who were sent flying by the Qiongqi beast, had their bones broken. They fell to the ground and fainted. Such a one-sided battle was a huge visual shock to Su Zimo's classmates. Their faces were filled with shock. They had heard of Lin Feng's reputation, but they had never seen Lin Feng in action. Now that they had seen him in action, their hearts were filled with shock. The conflict in the outer court had attracted the attention of the Blood Dragon Gang. More and more members of the Blood Dragon Gang appeared. Who's there? Asked a tall and skinny member of the Blood Dragon Gang. He was called Song Shirkwan, and he was the 5th strongest member of the Blood Dragon Gang. It seems like he's here to rescue the brat that senior brother Yen Wudao captured, said a member of the Blood Dragon Gang with a pale face. Lin Feng's battle prowess was too shocking. He had crippled more than a dozen members of the Blood Dragon Gang in an instant. Who cares who he is? He dares to cause trouble in the Blood Dragon Gang. He's courting death. Take out your flying swords and attack him, said Song Shirkwan coldly. Yes. Immediately, more than a dozen members of the Blood Dragon Gang took out their flying swords and attacked Lin Feng. Senior brother Lin, be careful, the dark and skinny student and the others cried out in surprise. They were the ones who had cleared the flying swords. How powerful were they? How could Lin Feng dodge the attacks of more than a dozen flying swords? Humph! Lin Feng's expression was extremely cold. He sneered and took out the Black Dragon Sword. Lin Feng wielded the Black Dragon Sword and slashed at the incoming flying swords. Clang, 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 a series of muffled clanging sounds were heard. Kacha, kacha! The precious flying swords were all cut in half by Lin Feng's Black Dragon Sword. Ah, how could this be? My flying swords! Immediately, many members of the Blood Dragon Gang roared in pain. Even if they had an extraordinary background, it wasn't easy to obtain a flying sword. But now, their flying swords had been destroyed. It was equivalent to taking away half of their lives. Roar! The winged tiger's roars shook the sky. After Lin Feng destroyed a dozen flying swords, the winged tiger rushed into the crowd. Its gigantic claws were waving in all directions. A few members of the Blood Dragon Gang were sent flying with each claw. Although the members of the Blood Dragon Gang were strong, they couldn't withstand a single blow from Lin Feng's Qiong-Qi treasured technique. The members of the Blood Dragon Gang were sent flying by Qiong-Qi. They vomited blood in the air, and many of their bones were broken. Chapter 260. No matter how arrogant the members of the Blood Dragon Gang were, they were still scared pale. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. The members of the Blood Dragon Gang bullied ordinary students or those without a powerful background. They would never take the initiative to provoke powerful students or those with powerful backgrounds. Now that they had seen how powerful Lin Feng was, they were all scared pale. What are you afraid of? We have so many people. Can't we deal with one person? Song Shirkwan said gloomily. He waved his hand and said, "Use your martial spirits to attack him." Martial spirits. Activate. Immediately, dozens of members of the Blood Dragon Gang activated their martial spirits. In a battle between cultivators, they rarely used their martial spirits unless they had no other choice. This was because using a martial spirit consumed a lot of energy. If they couldn't defeat their opponent with their martial spirits, they would be exhausted. The members of the Blood Dragon Gang had no choice but to face Lin Feng, who was extremely strong. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of light shot into the sky as all kinds of martial spirits were activated. Naturally, there were all kinds of martial spirits. Roar. A roar shook the sky. It was a beast martial spirit. There were dozens of beast martial spirits, such as a white tiger, a blood lion, a sky-splitting eagle, and so on. There were also tool martial spirits. Tool martial spirits were weapon-like martial spirits, such as sabers, swords, spears, and so on. There were also some special martial spirits, such as mountain, moon, river, and so on. Dozens of martial spirits were activated, and the entire courtyard emitted a dazzling light and a suffocating energy fluctuation. How terrifying! The students of the Blood Dragon Gang were shocked. The dark-skinned student and the others looked at the dozens of martial spirits with pale faces. This was the first time they had seen dozens of students activating their martial spirits together. Dozens of martial spirits were activated at the same time, and the pressure was unimaginable. Senior brother, Lin won't be able to withstand it, right? Should we make a move? The students of the Blood Dragon Gang looked at each other. Just back off a little. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice could be heard. The dark, skinny student and the others were shocked. Could it be that senior brother Lin alone could fight against dozens of martial spirits? They were shocked, but they didn't slow down. They quickly retreated and avoided the battlefield. At this moment, dozens of martial souls also burst forth with powerful attacks. Those beast martial spirits' roars shook the heavens as they charged towards Lin Feng's Qiong-Qi. The rest of the martial spirits, such as weapon martial spirits, mountain river martial spirits, bright moon martial spirits, etc., all rushed towards Lin Feng. "Brat, let's see how you'll die." Song Shirkwan's face was filled with a sinister smile. He did not believe that Lin Feng would be able to withstand the combined attacks of more than 10 martial spirits. The members of the Blood Dragon Gang looked at Lin Feng with cold gazes. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, facing the attacks of dozens of Blood Dragon Gang members. He urged the Qiong-Qi treasured skill. The ferocious beast Qiong-Qi roared and charged at the ferocious beasts. At the same time, Lin Feng summoned his martial soul. Lin Feng activated his devouring martial spirit. A distorted black hole appeared around Lin Feng. When the densely packed martial souls of the Blood Dragon Gang's members came crashing down, the devouring martial spirit began to erupt. The black hole formed by the devouring martial spirit could devour all energy. The martial spirits of the Blood Dragon Gang members were enveloped by the devouring martial spirit and were instantly devoured. the attacks of dozens of blood dragon gang members couldn't harm Lin Feng at all. On the contrary, Lin Feng destroyed their martial spirits. Isn't he too powerful? The dark, skinny student and the others were stupefied. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be able to destroy dozens of spirits so easily. The dark, skinny student and the others were astonished. They were astonished from the depths of their souls. At the same time, the ferocious beast Qiong-Chi displayed its invincible might. It waved its huge claws and fought with the beast martial spirits. The ferocious beast Qiong-Chi was too powerful. It sent a beast martial spirit flying with its claws. The beast martial spirits directly exploded in the air. Once a martial spirit was destroyed, it would be impossible to summon it again for a few days. This was because the martial spirit had to be repaired. Only when it was repaired could it be used again. After the martial spirits of the Blood Dragon gang members were destroyed, their faces were as pale as paper. Lin Feng's imposing manner was like a rainbow. He stepped forward, his black hair fluttering in the wind. He looked like a young god of war. The Qiong-Chi ferocious beast unleashed its might and killed all the beast martial spirits. Then the Qiong-Chi ferocious beast rushed into the crowd like a tiger in a flock of sheep. It waved its huge claws and attacked again and again. Bang! 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 The Blood Dragon gang members were sent flying by the ferocious beast Qiong-Chi. They all spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were deathly pale as they looked at the ferocious beast Qiong-Chi in horror. These Blood Dragon gang members were usually arrogant, but today they were like stray dogs. Too savage. That's too cruel. The skinny student shouted in shock when he saw the one-sided battle. Who the hell are you? Song Shirquan's face also turned pale. Lin Feng was too powerful. He was so powerful that even Song Shirquan was scared witless. Lin Feng. You're Lin Feng? Song Shirquan was shocked. He hadn't expected the person in front of him to be Lin Feng. The Blood Dragon gang had been investigating Lin Feng. They hadn't expected that Lin Feng would come to the Blood Dragon gang alone. Lin Feng, there might be some misunderstanding between us. Let's sit down and talk. It won't be good for either of us if we shed all pretenses of cordiality. Song Shirquan tried his best to calm down. The Blood Dragon gang's powerful members weren't here. He had to calm Lin Feng down. Lin Feng's face was indifferent. He sneered. When you bully my brother, did you think about reconciliation? When I came here to ask for him, did you think about reconciliation? Now you want reconciliation? It's too late. Lin Feng, don't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. If anyone dares to step on me, I'll step on them 100 times. If anyone dares to touch me, I'll make them pay with blood. If anyone dares to touch my friends, I'll make them regret it for the rest of their lives. When he finished talking, Lin Feng smiled coldly and took a step forwards. It was as if the ground around him had shrunk into an inch. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng arrived in front of Song Shirquan and threw a punch at him. You're courting death. Song Shirquan was, after all, the number 5 figure of the Blood Dragon gang. His strength was also very formidable. Seeing that there was no way to escape, he shouted coldly and directly stimulated his martial spirit to attack Lin Feng. Song Shirquan's martial spirit was a blood shadow azura. An endless amount of blood-red light gushed out from his martial spirit. The blood shadow azura was hidden in the blood-red light and rushed towards Lin Feng to kill him. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he blasted a punch towards the blood shadow azura. The blood shadow azura directly exploded in the void after receiving the blow from Lin Feng. Song Shirquan's martial spirit was instantly destroyed by Lin Feng, and Lin Feng's powerful punch ruthlessly smashed into Song Shirquan's chest. Kacha, kacha, kacha sounds rang out as Song Shirkwan's chest caved in from the impact. Song Shirkwan's entire body was blown away, and he ruthlessly crashed into the courtyard wall. His body fell to the ground, and he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood before fainting. Too strong. Song Shirkwan is the number 5 figure of the Blood Dragon Gang, but he was actually killed by Brother Lin in one move. The dark and skinny student, and the others were incomparably shocked when they saw this scene. At this moment, Lin Feng was like a god descending from the heavens to the mortal world. Several people were shocked and also admired him.